3 seconds in. Ready, kids? Here we go. What's the stuff today? Gotta get over there. So far, I believe I am on my own. Hi, Dean Wiley, yin and yang, top left corner. Oh boy. Looking for? Go to my channel. Well, I guess we'll start right here. Start right here on the home pages. I just got logged into YouTube. No bell thingies. Oh, what's up on the main screen of YouTube? We'll find out. Oh, the Destiny is live. Something about interviews. The EFAP is live. Complete breakdown of Squid Game Season 2 Part 2. I haven't seen any of it. State funeral for former President Jimmy Carter in Georgia. Black Hawk Down Extended Edition. Discussed it yesterday. There's the world famous Mr. Ice-T. Says that there's body cam. Ice-T goes off on a cop during a traffic stop. Might be worth looking up later. Ice-T is cool. He's got a great voice. And I guess that's about it. There is winter weather coming. Whoever Ryan Hall, y'all is. That is not the only channel talking about the cold. See the thumbnail and the title of this stream. Oh, hey ladies. Or gun bunnies. Of all sexes and genders and neutralities. Don't wear outfits like that near the pew-pews. That will get brass very hot inside your brassiere against your breastes. You'll be sorry, or worse, down your back. 3 or 4 times. It's not a lot, statistically. But it is very statistically significant to the 3 or 4 that I have seen it happen to. Be very careful about the back of your shirt as well. The 3 or 4 that I'm remembering right at this minute, that hot brass went right down their shirt and down a certain crack at the bottom of their shirt and the top of their pants. That's another place you don't want to get burned. Earth Before Dinosaurs, Die Hard number 2. Oh well, nothing too exciting. On with the show. The show must go on. Interesting, I guess. Coincidentals. Let's go to view your channel. It does say live. I couldn't come up with a good title. And I couldn't come up with a good thumbnail. I guess I should have gone and grabbed the bunny and the jeans and the barely there shirt and brassiere outfit would probably get viewers. I imagine. Anecdotally, imaginatively. I've had no response from the emails and texts sent out. I know I'm leaning in danger close to a microphone. Maybe I sound better. Maybe I don't. But I have to plug in my phone. It's at 5%. Make it so. Make it happen. I grabbed onto the submarine in the ice because look in the description. I was thinking about grabbing the screenshot of the hunt for Red October. Let me zoom it so that everybody else can see it and me. I can see it a lot easier. The hunt for Red October. I rewatched it again the other night. Maybe I'll stop right now and talk about the hunt for Red October. We'll go there. See if it gives anybody else any time to get online. Let's just call it 6. The hunt for Red October. Are we supposed to spell that with a K? I don't even know what year it was. It was the year of the hunt for Red October. It says, according to Google, 1990. According to IMDb, 1990. And then I got the hiccups. Uh-oh. See something going on in the main screen. Please don't do audios to me. There it is. The hunt for Red October claims that in November 84, blah, blah, blah. It's another one of those Jack Ryan tales. Tom Clancy discussed them recently in another streamery. Has all the big stars. What I noticed about the hunt for Red October, don't forget, it has Tim Curry. Who could ask for anything more? Oh, James Earl Jones, Scott Glenn, Sean Connery, Alec Baldwin. What I noticed about going back and having a flashback to the past, 1990, Alec Baldwin looked a lot more like one or two of his bros, his brothers. Brothers is on theme today too. Even though mine allegedly says he is gonna somehow get on here tomorrow. Old DeVry. They are back in business. Back in the 80s, 90s, something like that. Maybe 70s. They had their catchy TV and radio commercial would have somebody say that they were going to go back to school and get themselves some training or a degree tomorrow. In a repeat / echo while fading. Wow. If I had Sean Connery's voice and accent, I were a podcaster. Wait, I do live streaming anyway. I don't care. Trying to sit up straight and lean into this microphone a little bit. And speak slowly. Wow, James Earl Jones. There's a voice. Something moved. Between the two screens, something glitchered. I hope the audio's all right. The theme of the day is brothers. I just realized. Another theme of today is brothers. Because of Baldwin's. Alec in particular. Whatever. Yada, yada, yada. They canceled the case. I won't complain about that kind of stuff. Go back and listen to my previous streams. I whine about what did we lose. Somebody teach. Let's put it this way. We'll take a moment. I don't know. Never mind. I won't. I was going to say something about, like, coincidentally, happened across the whammon over there on the YouTube homepage. Um, no matter how cutie pie it is, don't do that to your chest bumpily people, or you're not. Don't do it to. Don't let your guys go out there in their tidy whitey tank toppy. The joke back in the day was that they call it a wife beater t-shirt. They don't want their little nipplies burnt up either. Except probably tough guys do. You know, no pain, no gain. I don't know. But in terms of the G word safeties, teach the people that get around them to wear shirts that will hopefully, I have a horror story of once upon a time of a poor young girl, woman, that really did try to be safe, and still got brass in the shirt. Well, anywho, I guess we can use Alec Baldwin to talk about this. Especially your film/movie/motion picture show, television, streaming series people. Teach them all this kind of gun safety. I said the word again. It happens. Never mind what everybody else is supposed to know. No. I better stop. Put a timestamp in it. 12. Oh, oh. Uh, Crazy Ivan. See the movie. Turn to firearm safety. Because of Alec Baldwin. Now I'm going to have to look it up. Because nope, I don't remember that poor. We're not supposed to say the bad guy's name. But whatever. I just heard a weird noise in my right audio. And weird, I shouldn't say. See what you did to me, you crazy Democrats? Weird means destiny. It's a saying of mine. Oh, woman, Alec Baldwin shot. The Rust movie, cinematographer. See, you don't have to be the movie stars. You have to be the Rust trial. Oh my gosh, look at what a pretty. Or handsome. I don't care. Mainly the smile. It's not a full body. I didn't full body objectify. Those eyes, they're so pretty. There. Is that okay? If it's not. Elizabeth says, hi, I'm listening. Cleaning and putting in supports for my shed. The shed must be supported. Support your local shed. Should we start a GoFundMe? Okay, cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. This is Ladybug's name. Rip. In the name of whatever. I can't say that first name. H. Cinematographer Hutchins. Maybe we'll put up a. If we ever get some kind of web pages or something, we'll call it her page. For the innocent bystander safety. It doesn't matter, even if it's a toy. Go back and listen to my North Carolina concealed carry #1 show number. And go back and listen to yesterday's. We talked about the lady lawyer that have a channel that said something about some of that cop jargonese that we should not use. Don't use wrong words. See the other stuff in the description today about your words. But whenever we get something, we'll put it in honor of her and try to beg people to give us money and make it more readily available so that we can be cool like Alex Van Halen and give away free stuff. But here I am giving it away free. If somebody, anybody, points a firearm near enough to you that you feel threatened or scared or anxious, number one, they are committing a crime. And it really depends on the state and the individual jurisdiction that you are in. In nowhere, in no way in America is somebody pointing a firearm at you or near you not a crime. That is the law. If you are 100% sure that it is not a real firearm, it is plugged up in its barrels and has no moving parts, or it's a big rubberized, plasticized training tool. I have several of them. One's blue, one's orange, another one's blue. And I tell all my people in my classes, doesn't matter what it is, if it looks like one, and I point it at you, call the sheriffs and get the sheriffs in here and make me never be a teacher trainer again. Because I'm not practicing what I preach. It is a crime. It could be considered assault. In Black's Law Dictionary, assault means threat, intimidate. Whether or not it was intentional does not matter. And no, people won't obey the four fundamental or cardinal rules of firearm safety. So if you're going to work around them, like poor Rip cinematographer Hutchins did, and I'm sorry, family, I will hire page designers and editors that are not as jaded as I am to make better. I can't keep back and forthing and disqualifying myself. I hate. There's a huge hole in the universe where she used to be. And all the potential futures, and see the famous lines from Terminator 2 and Butterfly Effect and all the other things. So number one, even if you're on a movie set, especially in California, holy cow, it's ADW, it's assault with a deadly weapon. There's different flavors of it that they try to lessen it in states. Common law, Second Amendment states full of Republicans or gun publicans like North Carolina still is. We're losing North Carolina because we won't be careful, us G-word people. They feel compelled in the name of cinematographer Hutchins and others to get us to stop waving these things around everywhere. It is a crime. Even here in North Carolina, where we make excuses, and it's a very slight crime / misdemeanor. Number two, or number one, co-number ones, I use the hyphen dash point because these are equally numbered. If somebody, anybody, they have justified you to use force against them up to and including lethal or deadly force. Now I wish I could get my friend Bill H up in here, Mr. B Hugs, because he tells it better than I can, and I just don't see it that way. And I practiced and I tried. We were all very assured of ourselves that we were using toys, out doing some of that close personal protection, bodyguarding school about 11 months ago now. That even though the former military guys that were very bad teacher, trainer, instructors to civilians, not military guys, my humble review, not so humble, of their training is absolute zero. Nil. Null. But oh well, that's just me. They get to continue on. Under a role-playing scenario, a deeply, deeply ingrained and practiced threat response happened in my body. And even though I had tried to tell myself, this is play acting, this is fun and games, don't point even the fake one at anybody. And then a well-conditioned threat response happened. And I pointed it at my good friend, Mr. B Hugs. And I think he said, he made jokes about it, but he said it was scary. Anyway, and he still talks about it often. If he gets the opportunity, he says, I saw the business end of Dean at work. And we did discuss, do you want to file a complaint with me through my company? I have a training company. Do you just want to file a complaint? Do you want to punch me in my nose? Do you want to call the cops and get me corrected? Because part of my deal, practicing what I preach about the G word safeties, the firearm safety, is that I did justify him to use force against me. Not even the fakey ones. I don't even point my index finger at people because I use my index finger straightened out and my thumb straight up in the air as training my hand. It's conditioning. I can do that one free of charge thousands of times a day. And I'm not likely to get shouted by somebody or arrested. Okay. Everybody else that works, especially around where they play with these things, remember it was one with a blank in it and something jammed up in the barrel that unalived Brandon Lee in the making of The Crow right here in North Carolina. Rip Brandon Lee. In that business, teach yourself. Somebody go tell all the extras at the Screen Extras Guild, and somebody go tell all the screen actors in the Screen Actors Guilds and any other unions and everything else they have. These two things. I wish you would tell them to go to me and pay me some of that Hollyweird money to write it in white letters on a pink card with hearts and then teach it to them in a lispy voice or whatever they're floating their boats with these days. But please, for the good of all who get around. It's all fun and games. We're just making movies. Well, it ain't fun and games to cinematographer Hutchins and her poor family and friends. And whoever else was there that day on the set of Rust is probably terrified to go to work. And I know they were working out of state. The movie business and every other business, or motion picture business, has fled from California for financial reasons. But teach everybody, don't yell, don't get loud to people, especially because movie people are not taught to keep their fingers off of those activator buttons, formerly known as triggers, inside a firearm. Movie goons are taught, or not taught. They're just not taught at all. They just learn by looking at other movies and other. Oh, it's here. It's there. It's everywhere. Lefty. Open link in new tab. In a new tab. I'm surprised it didn't pop up because I've been talking about stuff. I thought I saw the little billboard the other day. Or whatever you call it. Uh-oh. There it is. Not back. Die Hard 1988. Please notice. Number one, they flipped this image. This is a flipped or reversed image because Bruce Willis is left-handed. What now to us would look like his left hand. The hand that is on your right facing this still image. See that little index finger poking out in front of what is called the trigger guard? That must not be. That must be up and under. More importantly, and I can't put my mouse over it because it auto play previews the video. Note where his primary hand finger, index finger is. It must never be there until go see the 4 rules of firearm safety. All movie people do this. They don't take it serious. Until, well, all of a sudden, I would like to do an interview with Alec Baldwin. We would have to go back to whatever states or federals or everybody else and civil people that might civilly sue him and the companies and all involved. This could be forever. It could last you a lifetime of worrying that Alec Baldwin can never speak of this even in the least way hinted at publicly because his words could be used against him in a civil lawsuit. So in the presence of his privacy and his counsel, because it happened real world and it's a failure of expectation and it's a very shocking thing to have happen. And I don't know. Has that Alec Baldwin ever been sitting next to somebody that got shouted to DOA from a post-event interview involving, of course, the G words? Doesn't matter what else I've done in my life. Oh man, you do G words? Huh, what's your favorite brand of cartouches? People are not very smart-minded, and I'm the worst of them. I would really like to speak honestly and openly in confidence, knowing that I would, if I have to sign all the papers, there's no way I'm going to be compelled to use this against you, sir. And if I ever did use it towards the only thing we get out of this kind of thing is what do we learn from this, and can we use somebody specific, even if we take their name away, to protect the innocent and the guilty, turn it into a what we call a teachable moment, and hopefully never allow something like that to happen again. I said I would go off on the tangents. I put it in down below in the description, and I said hopefully. I was really hoping to go check out some handsome actors and objectify them for their visual images and their beautiful voices. Oh, Sean Connery. Allow the distractions and delays. Stay out of the deep end. But see what life does to you real quick. If anybody, please, anybody that works around any kind of industry where somebody's goofing with these things, and there's a coincidental that I had forgotten, I put it out of my mind, I'm going to get back to it. If anybody is messing around without ultimate seriousness and deliberateness, as if every single thing they're doing with that firearm, it's as if that's the only thing they thought about for 24 hours prior to doing that one motion or action with it. And especially if it's pointed anywhere near you. Near you with a firearm. Tell them calmly, coolly, and quietly. Stop. Don't startle somebody whose finger's near the bang switch. Especially if it's pointed in your direction at all. It doesn't matter what's in there. The concussion and power of a blank, a movie round, whatever they want to call it, can hurt you severely, blind you for life. That's fire and brimstones. Stop. Get your fingers away from the trigger. And then get it out of your hands. Some variation of that. Tell them stop or freeze. Tell them don't move. Not if you move one muscle. You have authorized me and justified me to KIA you. And get it through your head that it needs to be that serious. There's no room for complacency, or we do this every day, or we do this 100 times a day. Go ask Alec Baldwin. How's that working for you? Go ask the armorer. She's still locked up, no matter what they got Alec Baldwin twisted this way or that way. And she's another one. Should we do anything about it? I don't care to look up her name. Fools and their friends are soon parted. And your freedoms and your life. Calm, cool, and collected. Don't yell at or startle people that may have your death in their hands. Stop or freeze. Say it very calmly, quietly enough that they can hear it. If you have to, don't say anything. Get yourself out of the front of that firearm. It's called the line of fire. Move your little feeties. If you're sitting on the bench or chair next to them, that's what I believe I understand. Hutchins was sitting next to Baldwin. Um, Take a deep breath in the nose, out in the mouth. Get oxygenated. Get your oxygen flowing. Slowly and carefully get your butt up off that stool and get your feet moving and get out of the line of fire. Then tell them, stop, freeze. Put that gun down right now. Tell me if you pointed at me again. I just walked away from out of in front of that thing. If you pointed at me again, I'm going to KIA you and mean it. Because they're willing to KIA you. Ask Miss Hutchins. Mrs. I don't know, cinematographer. It doesn't matter if you're going to have them and hold them and take them home and hashtag 2A and all this other stuff. If you're going to be around them at all, you should probably take yourself a safety class. Because half of this country's roaming around with them. More than half if you count the ones that are illegally roaming around with them with ill intent. The bad guys. All right, off of that. We went that way down a firearm safety course specifically related to we use the specific relation to the motion pictures businesses to teach us all a lesson. In the last 5 years, being back in the field with these numbskulled security officers, 40 or 50 times at least, I've had to deal with why the hell is that thing out of its holster and in your hand? Me personally. Oh, blah, blah, blah. They always have some excuse. I had to poop, so I had to, stash it for a minute. I didn't want it to fall in the toilet. Or they're obsessives and they just had to press check it and make sure. Gotta make sure one's in the chamber, man. They have a million and one excuses, and what it is that I call it their teddy G word. Like their teddy bear. They just have to fondle it. They have to touch it. They have to view it. They have to look at its pretty eyes. Whatever business you're in, whatever school you're in, whatever anything in this life you're in. Calm, cool, professional. Hey, don't be pointing that thing at me. Let's get something clear. You're running your G word reckless. Yep. Everybody in America should be forced in school, required in school, like the good old days, I guess, because the parents aren't going to teach it. Teach the theoretics. It's a I don't even know that you could call it a full class. It wouldn't last 48 minutes to make up a class in school before the mandatory breaks. 4 fundamental rules of firearm safety and how you can apply that to the real world and know that anybody around you that isn't that actually has one, toy or not, how you treat your toy ones or your fake ones is how they will treat their real ones. I promise you. 100% every time. Well, it's not real. Are the same people that'll tell you, well, it's not loaded. and unalive your cinematographer Hutchins. It's called complacency. It's another C word for the day. Today is brought to you by the letter C. Like calmly, cool E, and quietly. Oh, I guess that's a K. Somebody go back and CGI edit all the old movies and get those fingers off those. Do you know what you're teaching the children? The big, heavy, saggy skinned old children? You movie magic people? Here we go. Local news. Now that I want to see it, I won't see it. When I didn't want to see it earlier, there it was. Uh, let's see if it's still here. There's so much news. Oh, an indie filmmaker. Zzz, I don't understand. Speaking of the pelliculas in the industry, and we talked about this earlier. I mean, previous streamery, probably right before the new year or right after. Here it is. Rolling it on the screen. I'm still not going to click it and read it. My inner child's had all the abuse it can handle today. Woman killed in accidental shooting inside Moore County home, sheriff's office says. If anybody, including woman, knew and followed the four rules, then there's no such thing as accidental shooting. Who cares? There's much debate in the G words, fields and industries and relateds about should we call it negligent? Should we call it accidental? Should we call it this? Unintentional. Uh no, I call it willful. There's no such thing as accidental. Somebody left a thing in such a state that somebody put it in their hand. The only thing that makes them work is it passed through human hands. But we got to soft word that too. The hunt for Red October. And I've said before, there's very bad BS G word stuff in the hunt for Red October. 4-3, 4-5. Back to the hunt for red. Uh-oh. I did a thing. Fingers this time, not the keyboard. Red October. Before 2 days ago, I would have given it 8 or 9 out of 10. Breaking the rule of don't, especially stuff you like from long ago. I call it don't vivisect your heroes or don't dissect your heroes. Don't ruin your childhood memories. Because you are not the same you that saw it last time. Two days ago. Mm, mm, hmm. 7. I want to give it 8. But inner child is yelling at me 7. You just see this or that or the other. What could it probably would have been down to 6. Yep, that bad, even with Sean Connery and James Earl Jones. Is that I found out that the bad guy from the Soviet Union, allegedly, of the movie is named Putin, and it made me laugh. I said, is it precognizance? Is it commonality? Correlation? Causation? Conspiracy? Because Vladimir Vladimirovich was an unknown quantity in the 80s and early 90s. Unless, of course, Tom Clancy knows something that none of us knew. I don't know if I'm going to look at any pictures. Guess why? Oh, maybe I will. Let's see if they showed the emergency blow of the Los Angeles class. I had a certificate once for operations and mechanics and maintenance on a Los Angeles class nuclear submarine. I helped develop sort of like click-a-thon video games, but it was training. They called it simulation on a computer or simulated because it was all just click-a-thon video game style stuff for the United States Department of the Navy through a subcontract. I made a little bit of lunch money and got myself a little certificate. Ooh, look at that. Underwater exploders. I forgot what I was looking for. Emergency blow. Jumping the shark. There it is.
How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. It didn't sing me a song when you jumped in.
Well, it did, didn't I accidentally press the wrong button and jumped me right back out?
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I heard something a while ago. If you ever replay the first part of this, you'll hear me say, I thought I heard a noise in my right ear. But that's what it is. Emergency blow on a submarine might cause the nose of it to leap out of the water a little bit. And it always reminds me of.
New subs, it'd make it more, it looks like it almost tried to clear the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Take flight. That they all do that now.
Oh, come on.
Yep. That's how
For
powerful they are.
for real.
For real. And that's coming from people I know that served in nuclear subs. Diesel subs, they don't surface as hard. But the way the new nuclear subs are pressurized, it's almost like they take flight. And when
Oh
they
yeah.
say hey, they
That's what
mean
I was
hey.
trying to. What I said oh for real about is this ding dang, and I typed jumping the shark and clicked on images, and it's got pictures of jaws and all this other. It doesn't have pictures of jumping sharks.
Sharks don't jump that much. They can, and generally the only time I've really seen them jump that much is if you're fishing for shark and you got them on a pole, and they're more like trying to get rid of that line.
Yeah, it's just something you have to It came on scene about 15, 20 years ago where people started getting, because of no one's going to risk their whatever $7,000 worth of professional film photography equipment out on a nasty boat in the ocean. But with the invention of cheap digital cameras, people took more chances, especially with the waterproofy ones like GoPros and stuff. And now it turns out it's quite the normal.
GoPros stuff. I mean, there are better cameras, but for being able to strap to your head or your body or whatever, GoPros work real good. And now they also have a low light feature.
Hmm. Anyway, had up on screen for a while. One of the famous, a great white shark snatching a little seal out of the ocean and flying in the air with it. Whenever I see
Here's the thing:
submarines emergency blowing, I think, jump that shark.
ones that I've seen the most that grab the seals like that are great white, not great whites, but orcas.
Oh yeah, orcas do all kinds of tricks. They make orcas do that in the. I think they banned most of it
They have.
and forced them to release, free willy all the
Here's
orcas. You can still go see orca captivity shows or whatever, but they're not allowed to make them jump up and get a fish off a wire or something, I think.
now. Here's what you have to give the devil their due. Is the only way I know to put it. All those flipper shows, dolphin shows, seal shows, whale shows. What they have done though is they furthered the study of these animals. Little kid sees it and goes, "Ooh, wow! I want to do something like that," and then they study it in oceanography. I mean, during the time of Flipper, the TV show, the number of oceanography students soared. It's like Top Gun. When Top Gun came out, Navy recruitment went through the roof. When
Everybody wants to be a U.S. naval fighter.
when Iron Eagle came out, people tried to join the Air Force, become fighter pilots. When
That's
uh
another great actor.
yeah, Navy SEALs came out, the TV show, the movie and the TV show, recruitment for the Navy went up because everybody wanted to be a Navy SEAL. But that being said, not everybody can be a Navy SEAL or a.
Yeah, we gotta have some hooks and regular people.
I imagine when T.J. Hooker and SWAT came out back in the 70s, recruitment for those went through the roof.
Yeah, but everybody wanted to know, like, how do I get in SWAT and get to be the sniper guy with my hat backwards without being a real cop?
I, but just like when the video game Grand Theft Auto come out, the attempted theft of cars and theft of cars went way up. It is what it is. That's the only way I know to put it. Just
Yep, there it is. 1990. Probably filmed in 1989. There is a younger Alec Baldwin violating the rules of firearm safety.
I don't think he ever knew them.
No, none of them do. You missed the whole thing. I went for. This got instantly converted to cinematographer Hutchins got the RIP and KIA from Alec Baldwin at 12 minutes in, and I ran it until
And Brandon
43:45. So
And Brandon
for
Lee didn't know it. And
31, 45, yeah, because nobody knows and nobody cares. They all have utter
I want
complacency. I
the
ragged
new
on Bruce Willis in Die Hard, and now I'm ragging on Alec Baldwin again.
well, a lot of the new actors, I agree with you. They don't know safety. There are a few that bothered to go and study with somebody on how to shoot, what to shoot, when to shoot, how you treat loading guns. A prime example is what's his name that did um oh I can't remember the name of the character. The new uh Wick not Wick John Wick. He actually goes and trains. When he did
But he goes to that.
I don't know
I
anything
can
other
show you thousands of frames and still frames from those movies, John Wick and others, that are absolutely no.
get
And
uh
videos of them doing the training.
I get that too. I'm just but at least he went to somebody. That's better than a lot of them that go to nobody. A lot of your older actors that are no longer with us went through gun training of one kind or another, whether it was hunter safety or military and hunter safety, because one of the things they did is they also hunted.
Yeah,
Um,
I already discussed during my 31-minute rant on firearm safety is that it's not the person with it in their hands that needs to know this stuff. It's everybody. We need to
yes,
get it back in our schools. Not how to
yes.
hold it, not how to function it, just 48 minutes of the fundamentals of firearm safety. And
The
know that if somebody violates those rules around you, number one, they committed a crime. And number two, they have justified you in using force against them up to and including lethal or deadly. Because do you want to teach them a hard lesson or do you want to be the teacher of a hard lesson like that poor cinematographer lady?
because when I was in school, I don't know about California, can't say right. We had and it was about a third of the year, uh, 1 hour class. It was 1 hour class a day for about a third of the year, and it covered hunt, and it was called the Hunter and Gun Safety class. The only problem was you had to. It was only selected if you picked the other 2/3, and I picked the wrong one, so I wound up being in shop. The only reason I was wanting it is because it's just I like firearms. I always have, always will. It's just one of those things. But I learned gun safety other ways through the only way I know to put it is multiple people being father figures, Boy Scouts, reenacting, because we had our own safety rules. Even though we dealt mostly with blanks, but we also did competition shooting. Don't mix your blanks with your live cartridges. Rule number one,
Yeah, ask Alec Baldwin and that lady.
because accidents do happen. We learned not to use the ramrods for loading. Don't load wadded charges because people have been known in the excitement to leave their ramrod in their firearm, which all of a sudden sends it at someone that you're probably friends with.
Yep. There's
Now
no
you got to
exception. Again, it's back in the go back and watch the concealed carry one and several others. Go back and watch all of mostly me and George up here
yeah.
trying to lend some wisdom and experience to the earth for free. I wish you'd go back and say, wow, that was worth more than anything else I paid for and give me and George a big hunk of money. But I'll give it to you for free. Let's say 010000.
Even
Back
though we
to,
were
let's loop and repeat, say.
getting ready to say, even though we were using blank, we never pointed the muskets at people. We would elevate them so we're pointing above their head. Because blanks might not kill you, but they will hurt. The number of people I know that got hit with wadding, and some idiot decided to put staples in their paper cartridges, or you got too close to each other and the guy versus pointing up and elevating shooting, point directly at him. My brother has some peppering, permanent peppering on his chest from powder burns.
Yep and yep.
And as my wife just pointed out, when in the military, if you're even with a blank adapter, and that's just so you can cycle, you are not allowed to point it if they're close by. Point it directly at somebody. I need to pop. So, but like so many other things, and I'm not busting on my vets, but I am slightly. The ones at least we've dealt with as far as insecurity, they
And law
forget.
enforcement and in active duty armed forces.
Well,
They can't forget. They were never taught.
no, I'm just saying they forget the rules when using blanks, and it doubles it when you're using live cartridges. Except for generally when they're losing 5 cartridges, they are going out to shoot somebody. They want to delete them because that's if they don't delete them, they will get deleted themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I know what you're saying. I promise
Um,
you they were never taught.
and I can tell you right now, with things I've used, blanks can kill you.
Ask Brandon Lee.
Well, I'm talking about from a distance, not just sticking your head right there. Especially when you're talking artillery pieces, which I've used blanks with. 12-pound cannon, 16-pound, it's an 18-pound cannon, which is how much the cannonball weighs. From football field away, the reenactors were not supposed to fall down. Okay, that was a safety issue. They didn't have a choice. The concussion knocked a whole line down. And what was even funnier, at least I thought was neat because I was behind the cannons, is you could see the concussion roll across the field, and you could see the shock wave and everything hit the individual.
What the heck did Princess Diana have to do with the hunt for Red October?
A long time since
Your audio chopped up. What?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the pictures at the IMDb, and I said, that blonde hair, that snoot. I mean, she's easily recognizable. She has a very her nose. And it says Sean Connery and Princess Diana at an event for the hunt for Red October, 1990.
It could have been one of her charities. He did an event for one of her charities. He was famous for doing that. Sean Connery, that.
No, yeah, known for a few things. She played herself in stuff. There's archive footage and 451 shows and movies. 451 shows and movies have made serious somethings about Princess Di. That's another one. Do you follow your safety rules or don't you? Do you think that because you are so-called royalty and your bodyguard is hired by the crown that makes you immune from death? Probably should have leaned forward and told the driver, "Hey, take it easy, bro."
Problem was bodyguard, because royal bodyguards would have stopped the vehicle, or one of the cars would have stopped, and they would have gone out and go, back up, don't back up, bang bang, call the coroner.
It's more of that crap. I'm trying to stay out of the angry mode today and keep it light and fluffy and chill. But it's just another reminder that I just said about 40 minutes ago about last year's close personal protection bodyguarding class. And all these jackasses care about is jump in your car and run over the curbs and point your guns through the windshield and shoot them and shoot your own windshield out. And because we're all playing these games like we were in Iraq in '03. No, we got to stop teaching that if you're doing civilian stuff like bodyguarding a private citizen and you're their driver, you can't be running around like you're immune, and none of you are immune from DOA.
Not
Good bodyguarding work, driver. You killed the client, and she was a mighty important client. What the hell is a bunch of flash photographers doing so important that you had to kill your client over it?
he got, didn't he get severely injured?
I don't know. I don't care.
I agree with you, but then again, most bodyguards look at it like TV bodyguards, where they're going to get in a gunfight. They want to get in a gunfight. No, that's not a job of a bodyguard. A bodyguard's to make sure you don't get into gunfight. Gunfight is the absolute, absolute, absolute last thing you do. I mean, even the Secret Service, that's a last. They don't want to get in a gunfight.
Oh, they have
Because
special armored vehicles to get your principal into the armored vehicle. You're okay.
and
Especially
get
when
him
your
out of there.
principal is the POTUS, that thing will take an RPG round directly.
I'm just saying, even
He's-
when I was a PI, my boss was CID. One of the jobs of CID, other than criminal investigation, is executive protection of military personnel, such as when the Secretary of the Army is going somewhere, he's going to have a CID protection group with him. Okay. And part of, at this time in the 90s, the only ones that could be, according to the way I was taught and what I read, was the only ones that were allowed to be bodyguards were private investigators. That has since changed. But because it was a possibility that we could be bodyguards, that was part of our training. And it's not your job to stick around and wave your goon around. It's your job to get the client out of harm's way by any means necessary. Generally, it means you might be soaking up a bullet. That's the reason bodyguards are also called bullet sponges. If you don't want to be a bodyguard, and you don't want to get shot, don't be a bodyguard.
Yeah. And I'm sure I learned it from some cool person, but from when I started being in that kind of fields in business, we always said don't soften the words. What you are is a meat shield. Get that clear in your head or don't take the job.
You're supposed to be protect
Previous.
their body with your body.
Streams and everything.
One of the first tool as a bodyguard are your
Can you
eyeballs.
thrive with that after?
Correct? When you
I'm
say
sorry,
James,
what?
the first major tool you have as a bodyguard are your eyeballs.
Yes.
You keep a lookout. You don't want to find trouble. You want to avoid it. And the only way you can avoid it is to spot it. And that
And it's another thing. It's in the book. I'm not pulling the book up today. It just makes me
I'm
mad.
not that.
But it's in there in the basic training book to go with your hunches. If your internals are screaming at you, pack up your person and get the hell out of here, do it. You'd rather apologize to your client in the bodyguard business for being a little scaredy cat.
Zealous?
Yeah,
Zealous.
for being jumpy, for being too paranoid, than to apologize to your client and wondering where the hell's my next paycheck coming from because you're standing over your client's casket.
Or being
Wait, say that again?
or being sued by the family for not doing your job.
Yep. And I wrote some stuff on the notes. It'll end up in the comment later, but it sat on screen for a long time and maybe I shouldn't use that word, but let me know about it, YouTube. I'll edit the video. I'm tired of mincing words when we're talking about very important things. I'll mark it for adult verification required after. I can't mark it during. Concept themes. I already put all the warnings up just in case. I had a feeling. See, I went with my hunches. I was like, man, I'm going to talk about the hunt for Red October and some goofy stuff and audio problems that I haven't even got to.
Do you mind if I mention something about gun safety in film?
Not at all. Go ahead.
When, at least in the days of yore, in other words, the days of the good old classic westerns, did they have and which they seem to do now? Is you either use a totally unloaded weapon when you're not looking directly at the barrel, or you use a fake gun. They've used fake guns forever just for the general surroundings and when you're not having to make it work. If you're just carrying it, there are exceptions to the rules. But someone like Alec Baldwin needs to follow the rules to the letter because he's inexperienced. Once you have decades of experience and training, maybe you can deal with an unloaded gun. First of all, when someone hands it to you, you check it out. You make sure the weapon is unloaded because a firearm can be a very vicious weapon. It destroys whatever bullets come out of it at people. Even my favorite actor, the only accidents on film he's ever had in 40, 50 years of filming was falling off a horse or doing a stunt. Never with a firearm because they had ways of doing things. When you're just carrying it hilted, and you're not, it's empty. You check it, the prop checked it, the director checked it. You even let other actors see it's unloaded. And then when you got ready for the shootouts, you did not have people in front of you who were shooting. There They were generally from a oblique, or you had the camera over there trying to film it, but no one behind the camera. It seems we have forgotten, we as in people in general, have forgotten basic safety rules. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Your weirder, your people that were most weird about gun safety are those that have actually had gun accidents, but managed not to hurt anybody, kill anybody, or hurt themselves. Or they might have hurt themselves, but it wasn't a life-ending accident. One of my favorite lines out of the Fighting Seabees is when the kid wants to be the person doing the setting up of the dynamite and the blasting. John Wayne asks him, "Well, how many accidents you've had?" "None." "Well, that's the reason you can't do it." And he points to the old veteran. He says he's had accidents and managed to come away with all his fingers and toes, and has learned from said accident. Have I ever had accidental discharge? Yes. Have I been injured from an accidental discharge? Yes, but not from what came out the barrel. And it's a weird thing. The firearm, and you know what? All my firearm accidents have come from weapons that were supposedly empty. I did a tertiary check, not a good check. And one of the firearms that had an accidental discharge in, I had cleaned it and I had put it up. I asked someone to go buy a magazine for me and then to check if it was fit. This is when the first of the 1911 8-round magazines came out. And all of a sudden he said the slide wouldn't go back. I'm like, what? What the hell? And in the process of trying to force the slide going back, I had my finger over the exhaust port, with the port where the casing comes out, and the powder coming out that blew flesh off of one of my knuckles. He jumped back, so I thought I just shot my little brother. No, he just his reaction. But I have permanent holes in 2 doors because it went through one door frame and into a second, and I do mean through a door frame, which is, 2 2x4s nailed together, and into the third. After that, I am very freaky about checking for firearms, to the point, if need be, I will disassemble them. That's also the reason every time I get a new firearm, I disassemble it. Why? Because I want to know how to disassemble it, clean it, and do safety checks. Don't play with firearms. You can accidentally delete somebody or seriously injure them. I have been, and I will say this, I have been extremely lucky. Extremely lucky. And it's been hard lessons learned. I mean, floors, things that can be replaced. A hole in the floor, sheetrock, or door frame. Those can be replaced. Brothers, mothers, sisters, fathers, best friends, other people cannot be replaced. And yes, I've also seen firearms explode because some idiot who didn't know what they were doing overloaded a black powder weapon, and the back of the barrel, which is the thickest part, bulged incredibly, and banana peel up front, or literally it was so bad it blew out a rifle barrel. And a rifle barrel and black powder are very thick. They're almost a half-inch thick. Yep. Not quite, more close to a quarter-inch thick, but still, quarter-inch of case-hardened steel just being blown out. I've seen some
what time is it on Earth?
6:08.
6:08 p.m. Break.
Sorry. My little
GA.
about
No, no, please stop,
safety.
sir. Please stop. Just like if you were waving a gun around, I would say, sir, please stop. Where is that thing pointing right now? I don't mean it as a personal attack. It's just it activators me that so many of us have been so conditioned and programmed by our world to constantly apologize. No, sir. Your apology is not accepted because you don't need to apologize. I know, I seem weird like I'm picking on you about it, but I really am not.
I'm bad about it.
If nobody
Uh,
points it out to you, you won't know that it's something that might need thinking about. And maybe you
Oh yeah.
decide. One day
One of
you
the
tell me, Dean, shut up. And I'll say, oh, I'm sorry.
prime example of what you're talking about. If no one corrects you, you never correct yourself. Until I was on a road trip with somebody and I kept saying Calvary versus cavalry. He goes, Calvary is where Christ died. Cavalry is the horse soldiers. That's a little thing that I just remember.
Yeah. And
That's the reason I
some people, it
stopped.
might
Think,
be their whatever it annoys them or pet peeves them or whatever we call it.
right, go
I
Pete.
know I say so many things so wrong that every now and then I've heard you say something and I think giggle. That wasn't perfect, but it was perfect to me because you said it. Anyway, I'll be right back.
All right.
And then I was back. Great. Now this time I can hear the fan in the headphones. It might have been what was happening yesterday. Bloop. I heard a little song that time.
Yeah.
Since I'm talking about weird stuff happening in the audio, we'll go back to why audio is the first thing on the checklist in the description. Back. Audio. Tech. Con. The con thing is a James T. Kirk meme where he yelled it from one of the original Star Trek motion pictures. I don't remember which one. Oh man, I went through it trying to resolve known issues with the laptop brand that I have, since it automatically updated itself against my wishes from Windows 10 to Windows 11. I wasted way too much time last night and ended up downloading drivers and doing all this other madness.
Yeah,
Because
drivers aren't automatic.
it may well get a lot worse before it gets better with you trying to follow all the, well, try this first, and then try this second, and then try this third. And if all of the above doesn't work, then just, go buy an apple.
Well, sometimes it's not the computer, because I don't particularly care for apples myself.
No, that was
Uh,
just me being smarmy. They have
um,
as many glitches and bugs and upgrade themselves to death, like
At
all
this
others.
point, it's the age of my headset, the age of my computer, so the connectors aren't as good. Right now, like I said, I'm using my headset. I have 2 studio grade mics, but it's a matter of where I put my speakers, because I don't have a headset that I like that will work for using one of the studio mics and then having a separate headset that's just a headset, not a headset and mic.
Hmm.
I've been doing some research trying to find one. Then it's a matter of where to put the mic, because I do so much stuff on my computer. That's the reason I want to get a boom arm for my Blue Yeti, or a boom mic that I can use. 'Cause I have a Blue Yeti. I think it's called a Sky. Looks like basically an old-fashioned style mic with the condenser on both sides, and it plugs in at the bottom, and then there's a separate cord that's attached to the USB cord that goes to the computer that you can plug a headset in, so that you don't have to listen to what I hear on my mic on speakers.
Yep.
We don't get that echo.
Echo, echo, echo. Mentioned something about that earlier, but I forgot what it was. Oh, tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. The old DeVry commercials from the 1970s and 80s. As many. And then going back to the other thing, the C words of the day. Today is brought to us by the concept of brothers and the letter C.
Crayon. Things that start with the letter C. Crayon.
Yep.
Crayola. Coca-Cola. Not sponsors.
The one I couldn't remember yesterday was commonality. When we're talking about things like correlation, causation, conspiracies, the other
Yeah.
one was commonality. Just because some things have some things in common, does it mean that they are directly related like brothers? Don't know. That's a every case unto itself discussion.
You say you just brought up a funny story. I was at a SCA meeting, and I was talking about my real brother, not a friend brother or household brother, but my real honest to God brother. And I got accused of dropping names. I said, no, I'm not dropping names. He's my real brother. If you check his ID, we have the same last name. And I went, the double hand present, pointed over to my mother, and I said, and we both came out of her. Yes, he's a lot older than I am.
And back from the era from whence we came.
Oh, I've had friends that look more closer related to me than my actual brother.
Yes. It was a thing amongst men, especially the uniformed services men, that they would say, "Hey, my brother from another mother."
Mhm. Oh, there's certain things that happen in life you get close.
Yep. And I
Or you
still have lots of people that call me that, and I always have to say, some silly Wayne's World, "I am unworthy," boodaloop, boodaloop, boodaloop. Because I guess
I mean, I got relatives I wouldn't claim. I'll be honest
diff-
with you, I wouldn't claim them if they're, as the old saying, I would not urinate them on them if their teeth were on fire. That's kind of gross, but that just tells you how bad. Not to mention it stinks. Anybody that's ever been out camping, you urinated on a fire, you automatically know what I'm talking about.
put it on your bucket list.
Do silly things. Tricking people to urinate on a hot fence. That's a practical joke, you know. And the only reason we did it is because we accidentally did it before they came along. We just want to see someone else jump ridiculously.
The other C word. Commonality. I guess I've discussed it twice. We'll leave that alone. Done with that. Check it off the list. I invented
Mm.
myself yet another parable, but it comes from a real story. Let's go on to the insurance question, which
Real
branched
close.
from what?
I was going to say, real close friends, when you have an accident, will come make sure you're okay and then laugh at you.
Yep.
As soon as they know you're okay, or later on down a couple years after it happens, they laugh. And you laugh because you can see their point of view of what happened when it happened, how it could be funny. Like when I got launched, I have definite proof that with enough force anything can fly because I flew literally like Superman and it hurt. But after they made sure I was okay, they laughed their butts off. And that
Well,
story is still told to this day.
I hope you being friendly bros and all, that you helping them tape their butts back on.
Yes.
So they have
Oh,
something to sit on.
they've done things just as silly, just as noteworthy. Some of the stuff we only talk about amongst ourselves and laugh because one is just the nature of what happened.
Another ancient Chinese saying that I just made up. And that goes to all my sayings. I will indicate, again, many decades ago, this one. And sorry, George, you get to hear it another way. Find out everything before a bad thing happens. Sit around, what if you yourself? Ask yourself questions like I was talking about. And not only ask yourself, go ask your daggone lawyers, attorneys, insurance people,
Mommy's daddy.
whoever. Ask if you dare to occupy in a monogamous relationship thing like adults do in America, have a good sit down with them and say, is my bright ideas okay with you? And get it in writing. Especially like, but what if this and what if that? And don't shut them down when they say some what might sound like kooky, what if the other. But the main thing I always say, especially for the defense involving the G words, because the G words involve, you better have a lawyer before you need one. I rag on them, but you want to know all about it 100%? Okay, for free, you can go listen to me and George doing the North Carolina Concealed Carry Dread book. But you can consult with me. I might do it again for free in a dedicated stream or snip or something someday. But the short version is, you're not gonna sit there having done a thing with a thing and somebody's unalived at your hand. So you know what? I better get on the Google bar right now and find me a 24/7 civil and criminal attorney. And get them out here to help me talk to these police. You better get some kind of line to an attorney before a bad thing happens that you need a lawyer. It
Do
goes to
you have,
all other,
when it comes to
especially
pew
the G
pew?
word people. The G word people always preach this disingenuous saying.
I know
Well,
we
I'd
don't have
rather have
the
one and not need it than need one and not have it.
right. My question to you
Mhm.
is: do you have anything that you recommend, such as uh, these insurance companies that
That are
advertise all over there?
they accept the fact that we commonly, commonality, use that term when they're very clear that they are not that.
Well, okay.
They are a service. The USA, who is it? The other one that
I'm
got
trying to.
taken over by the Delta Defense,
Yeah, I'm not trying to give names.
USCCA. I'm gonna just say them because I don't recommend anyone. NRA does not provide any of it, and it actually goes through insurance and bonding companies.
Mm-hmm.
They have what's called NRA endorsed insurance for liability. That's who I get my instructors or firearms instructor insurance through is an NRA. It goes through Locked In Affinity. But I just who I get mine from. I I don't know if somebody knows better. Put it in the comments.
Um. Well,
But
I was going to say
USCCA, the United
there's
States
another.
Concealed Carry Association, offers a thing that provides you access supposedly to 24-hour legal advice. Something,
Well, there's
is it
another.
Carry Shield? Is that the other one?
I don't know. I was going to ask you about one. It's like I think it's like lawyers on retainer type thing. It's like a monthly insurance, but it's not an insurance. You're literally paying a retainer fee.
Yeah, it's called US Law Shield is
Yeah.
another one, and it's Carry Comp is available directly from Smith and Wesson.
They
Um, uh, so there's lots, and we all call them insurance, and they're not insurance. They're I know the one you're talking about, and your lawyer people talked about it once. I say yours, but you're the first one that ever recommended them to me.
well, I was asking a question. I don't know anybody enough to recommend them.
No, I'm talking about the YouTube lawyer lady that I talked
Oh,
about yesterday.
oh, okay.
Uh, but if you just type firearms legal, well, there's one called Firearms Legal Protection out of Legal Services, Addison, Texas. If you just get busy, CCW Safe, Carry Shield, Legal Shield, Law Shield, USCCA.
But make sure they operate in your state.
Yep. Get it all checked out. And just like I said about the church insurance or whatever, and what I'm getting to about is you have to, in computers and other things in engineering, we call it assert or do an assertion. Test it prior to putting it out in the world. You definitely want to hit up your whatever you're relying on for your legal help or assistance in your G words. Do their emails, send their call their 888, whatever the heck it is that they have, and make sure that it doesn't say all our lines are busy. Please hold the next available de-da, or you can go faster online. And they've hired some Indian. It costs $5 a day instead of $50 an hour like an American online chatter.
Here's what this is my only recommendation. If you can afford it, get more than one.
Yeah, always have a backup. Have a backup G word. Go ask all of the real G word men. Just like this cliche saying goes for your flashlight. Man, if you can carry two, carry two. Be ambidextrous like Dean. Be an amphibious.
Just a second. I'll be right back.
Elizabeth said, this is important for the 48-hour class. People are shocked when they find out their homeowner specifically says no coverage for anything to do with concealed weapons unless you have a specific policy, and yes on the lawyers. That $1,000 or more on retainer with your lawyer, you paid $500 for 1 hour to get advice, is well worth it when something happens. Yeah, and you don't want to find out after, and I called it in the description, an expansion or an expounding upon a concept touched on yesterday. Because I did, as long as it dragged out, I did go kind of quick yesterday. But asserting or testing. Real world tale. And look in the description, but I'm going to type it up here on the screen. Will your auto insurance, full coverage, not just liability only, pay for anything if you are not wearing your seat belt? Question mark. You have got to read your own policy, and if it doesn't make it 100% clear, policy in writing, then you need to get in writing with your insurance company and ask them, do you guys have way down deep in the claims denial division of your company? They don't call it that. That's me being rude for using big boy words to speak to the reality that there are probably hundreds of people at every insurance company whose total goal is to find a way for them not to pay your claim. So you have to find this out first. Welcome back. Because it really happened to our across the street neighbor about 20 something years ago during or shortly after Hurricane Floyd. She went and got in her vehicle in her own driveway and was doing whatever women folk do prior to putting on seatbelts and checking all the mirrors and everything, and backing out of the driveway. A giant, they called it a limb, but it's really like a branch off the top of a tree that had been severely injured by the hurricane a few days prior. Snatched out of there, blasted right through the roof of her little SUV looking thing, crushed her and broke her neck, compression and whatever they call it. My brain is telling me deflection, but twisting it side to side or twisting it over your shoulder and compression. Her insurance would not pay because she was not wearing her seatbelt. She had neglected. Remember the negligence discussion from yesterday? If you weren't here yesterday, go look it back up.
That's called an insurance company just don't want to pay, because if the car wasn't started and you're just sitting there, there is no reason to put a seatbelt on. You might have been cleaning the car out.
Unless what do we learn from this? We learn me saying right here, besides real world stuff, like if you're going to go to the meeting place of any kind and you think you're going to run your G word in there because they didn't have a big giant sign on the door, it might behooves you to ask them, do you have a policy on this? Especially if it's a regular place that's supposedly funded by you. You're a stakeholder in the outfit. And
Well,
is that going to come up? And I said, well, you were away. Every insurance company in America has probably 100 employees dedicated to denying you your claim.
yeah.
And they don't
If you're
care
gonna
because what are you going to do?
if you're gonna
Pay a lawyer $1 million to sue them and try to get your $50,000 settlement? Go ahead.
I'm gonna say also the common courtesy, if it's a place you hang out, or like I do at the Green Dragon, and you may or may not be carrying, ask them if it's okay. Don't rely on those stupid signs. But
Right.
because that's just a common courtesy. For instance, I hang out and game at the Green Dragon, and I asked because sometimes my wife has to get dressed in her uniform because she all of a sudden has to go out on a bank run
Right. The
to guard the
on-call
check,
stuff.
and therefore she is likely to have her sidearm with her or on her. And I said, if they say no, okay, you can either find another place to do your hobby, or just deal. They happen to say for us it was okay, but if I was to go there tomorrow as a new person, I'd still ask, even if hearing this podcast, I would still ask because it's called common courtesy, which seems to be no longer available in the United States, anywhere in the world. Common courtesy, being polite.
It's not just being polite and that, people aren't used to it. Like inquiring about the rules of the house or whatever. But especially when you're talking about playing games of uh, potentially deadly importance, I would ask for that in writing. Where is your company policy about customers and their firearms? Because what if the bank robbers come in or the shop robbers come in and KIA, the one person that could say, yeah, I gave him permission?
Yeah.
Then, like Dean always jumps up and down about, if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. You can't say that
Exactly.
in court. Well, the dead guy told me. But anyway, yeah, that's what really happened to our across the street neighbor. They said, we don't care what the law says. We don't care if it was on the road or not on the road. For us to pay for anything, the seatbelt must be fastened.
Yeah. But when
She
they say
wasn't
things
right in
like
the
that,
head before she got her head crushed by a tree limb.
now you laugh at companies like that, and you go, "Yeah, was the seatbelt fastened? Yes, it was fastened." And to be telling the truth, that just means every time you get out of the car, you fasten the seatbelt, and you unfasten the seatbelt, get in, and fasten it back around you. And do you happen to know that insurance so I can stay awful long ways away from them?
Nope. I didn't think to ask at the time. I was more worried about my neighbor.
I get that. I was just thinking,
And they didn't find
hindsight.
out probably it was very expensive and costly and ended up in a divorce
Uh-huh.
because, all the bills were just getting submitted. And then one day, all the hospitals were suing and all the doctors and physical therapists because insurance denied everything.
Yeah.
But by the time insurance and your medical providers get done going back and forth and resubmitting, and the poor doctors and everybody, because we can't get to our insurance companies, we hate on the staff at our local clinic. They're people that we can yell in their face, be Karens to. They have nothing to do with this. Go read your
Now,
insurance policies real carefully. It says in there that in the end of the day, you agree to pay the cash to your providers up front, and they may or may not reimburse you. Your
yes.
medical doctors and providers that offer to handle that for you, they are truly angels.
Well, they're good guys and good gals. I won't necessarily say they're angels, but because once they do their job, they hand billing over to someone else. Let's call that one like it is. It's not them that do the billing. And sometimes the people at the billing department cannot get their head out of their fourth point of contact. I will give you a prime example. My mother slipped in the bathtub. It dislocated both shoulders because when you slip and fall, you reach out to grab something. And she also broke part of one of her shoulders. Looked like a little cheese wedge had been broken off. She had to stay in there an overnight because an extra night, because after they got her shoulders in place, they didn't strap her shoulders down. So when they brought in her food the next morning for breakfast, she went to eat and one of the shoulders popped back out, and they had to take her back into OR to reset it. All right. She got Medicaid because of her age and the fact we had no insurance. The I this They got a copy of the card from the filing of the Medicaid that the hospital is, and about every month for 2 years, they kept requesting a copy of her Medicaid card, and I kept taking it down there and kept taking it down there and kept taking it down there to the point a 2-year mark hit, and I was still taking it down there. But because it had been 2 years, I literally had to have a lawyer over 2 years, a lawyer send them a letter. If you send another request for information that has been sent to you, taken to you by hand repeatedly, we will file suit against your billing office. As well as after 2 years in North Carolina, I can't speak for anywhere else, a medical debt, if you have not paid on it, is considered a dead debt, according to the lawyer we had and social work. I do not know if they've changed that because that's been a few years. And laws have a tendency of changing and not telling anybody. I'm just saying this was my story. This is what happened. It was back in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
And I literally took first I started off with Xerox copies of her Medicard. Then I took the Medicaid card into them to let them make a copy. And the billing office still screwed it up. And after 2 years, Medicaid won't pay for it. Because if you didn't do timely submission, they don't care. The government doesn't care. They're not going to pay for it. And that's the same thing with insurance. If you don't do if the doctor does not do a timely request for payment, they consider the doctor did it for free. We've had to jump through some insurance hoops here recently because my particular insurance, I'm not going to name it, will pay for my medication, but they won't pay for my cardiologist, or the cardiologist doesn't accept that insurance. Well, when I re-signed up this year for insurance, I went medication or the cardiologist. I see the cardiologist twice a year at maybe $150 a visit, or this one of my medications would be $1,000 a month. I'll get the insurance that covers the medication.
That guy Destiny that I always mention. Coming up on the screen. It's over there on the left. At Destiny in your URL for YouTube. Or just search Destiny. He went with somebody discussing in depth, super long thing. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, and there's a movie, Destiny Rides Again.
Vidges. A lot of his stuff is just the drama. That's what his audience. He's got almost 1 million here. Probably 1 million or more on other socials. Very popular guy. Very smart guy. I've already mentioned several times. Is it in podcasts? I don't know. I saw it earlier. Videos. It was a long, long discussion he had with somebody specifically about all the nuances and complexities of insurance, and it was more like sort of a debate format, sort of not, where even when he didn't want to, he would play the side of the insurance companies and insurance company adjusters and claims deniers. And if I can find a link, I'll get it up in the comments somewhere. These are very serious and complex things. Well, we were discussing the other. I wrote the note on the screen. The two things you have to have known prior to a bad thing happening. One, who's going to represent you legally? Two, and this one may be in front of number one, who are you going to speak to in confidence that won't tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda? And how something like that could never happen to them. No. Destiny. I wonder if I can just put at Destiny. Long conversation / debate recently about insurance. It's a very good one. Let me put a to-do in here. To-do. Find the link. Well, I guess I could try search. How about this? Let's try search. Destiny Insurance. Oh, you're not bad faith. It's 3 hours and 26. Destiny gets into a marathon health insurance debate. And please skip.
So, like, they could be lying, but
Pause. I apologize. That was very loud. I didn't. During my setup, I forgot to mute YouTube videos. Fix now. Share. Copy. Notepad. Erase, find the link, and paste the link. Done. Take it off the to-do list. It's both just plain nerdery, and it's very specifically computer programmer me, all caps, to do. When you do your case sensitive searching through your, no joke, uh, million plus lines of source code, you better have indicated to yourself some way those stuff that you were like, what I really need to do to make this right is this and that. But what I'm going to do is this right here because there's a deadline. You better mark it in some way that you can go back and case sensitive search, find it later. So I have very habitually, all caps, to do, one word. But yep, all that. Now, should we go back to the theme? One of the themes of the day. These are good themes. This was the theme of yesterday. And we are building. We are all, see, this is, did this guy Destiny 18 hours ago is when they uploaded this on last night on Destiny channel. I still haven't dug it enough. I saw this live on his channel while he was doing it. I don't know why they do the things they do. He doesn't, I can't comprehend the million 850x thousand subscriber people, why they do and don't list their videos, or, you know, all of mine show up on the whatevers. If you click on, see, on his channel, there is no live at all. The idea of being able to edit those tabs and see what shows. I know that there's a manage how your channel page looks clicker at YouTube. When I have 863,000 subscribers, I'll pay someone else to worry about it too. But yeah, the other words of today is it about 2 days ago, well, we were discussing it. He did hours and hours. The 3.5 hours or 3 hours, 20 minutes that's up there is extremely edited by him and his editors. And how many 20 seconds can you cut out before you've cut out of a 6-hour stream 20 minutes? It might matter. Me, I'm not worried about it. Like, cut out all the breaks and all that other stuff. So, all the C words is it. Correlation, causation, conspiracy, commonality. All the other ones I use, the crossroads, confluence, or great minds just think alike. Don't bump me up against his great mind. That dude is freaking smart. Oh boy. The other theme of today. Let's get on it. 02. Coincidentally, 04. 41. Snuck up on me theme of today. Brothers. My brother said yesterday in a text message that he would jump on here and say yickety yakety on Sunday. Maybe. We'll find out. Today, while I was clicking along, listening to my favoriteest Van Halens, which is all of them, up until they hired the Hagar guy. All of a sudden, then it said in all those recommendeds for you on the right of TubeTube, or you may also likes, or whatever they call it. I closed the video open tab. Let's open a thing, and then I'm going to have to go back and clean my history up later. Over here says, well, it used to say something. Now it doesn't say anything. Just the stuff over here on a computer with my browser Firefox. Oh, look. It says I might like to watch me. No. No, thank you. Oh, sorry. I got distracted. And I was like, oh, check out all these movies. See? It's telling me, even though I watched it 2 days ago and already talked about it on the screen. I said scream. My mind is bubbling. Ooh. Ooh, wait, what is this? Oh no, that's a faker. Don't watch it. I never have seen Stephen King's The Stand show, movie, miniseries, whatever it is, because I really, really, really like the book or books. It's a big series mess. It's a huge thing. Took me a long time to read. And sometimes, if you really like the book, don't dare watch some teleplay adaptation or motion picture adaptation. They're usually nothing like the book. I've never read the book, The Hunt for Red October. But I watched it the other night. It's not showing up with a red bar at the bottom. YouTube does that. There was another one up here. There it is. There's the Die Hard picture. It's on the right hand side. They have different pictures for different screens in YouTube, different thumbnails. See? Both of his fingers where they do not belong. Bruce Willis. Make them go back and edit that. Photo chop your finger out of there. Holly weird. Owners, makers of everything. Because people will do what they see, not what they've been told. And yes, they all imagine that they're going to meet their bad guy and run around with their G word with their finger on the activator switch. And they're going to tell their bad guy right before they enter him. Yippee-ki-yay, MFer. And usually what they do is pee-pee themselves and say, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. Just kidding. In a movie. In my space opera. Oh, there it is again. Black Hawk Down. Extended Edition. 2001. All the dot military guys get their garbage about their piss poor gun handling from a line in this movie where the Secret Squirrel composite character, fictional character, loosely based on a true story, gets yelled at by the sergeant about his weapon being hot in the cafeteria in the chow line. And the guy wiggles his finger and says, this is my safety. And because they put it in the movie, all the dot mills who are not very bright, they're like, yeah, that was so cool. Anyway, up and down the right. Something. I got lost. Got distracted. The theme of today, brothers. Going up and down. Listening to Van Halen musics. All of a sudden it said over here on the right. Check out the full version of, I believe it's called Unfinished. Let me not mess my mouth up. Because these guys are my heroes, Alex, not Eddie. It said you might like Alex Van Halen's and Eddie, both of them together, and it turns out it's three Van Halens. Alex's nephew, Eddie's son, Wolfgang. At the time, 4 years ago, of Eddie's passing, they were hard at work in the secret 5150 studio of Eddie Van Halen. Three Van Halen men putting together what became Eddie's final work. Back in October of 2024. Who knew? Number one, I didn't know Alex Van Halen published a book in October of 2024 called Brothers. Imagine it's about him and his brother. And then he did some marketing trying to push the book. And then what good can come of this? If I had monies, I would buy this book. I would buy they have a, let me go to the website. van-halen.com. And it is an unsecure, no site certificate URL. See how it has a little red line over the lock? It's okay. Half of mine are not either. We're still living in the good old days of the internet. So it's a very lovely picture. I considered thefting that one for today's thumbnail. Coming up on the screen, anybody? I don't know how old they were then. Definitely older than when I may have been a fan and seen Van Halen live in concert. Yeah, like that. But the book came out October 22nd, 2024, and it says go to the link below, and it's a link to the publishers, HarperCollins.com, every version you can think of from all the available booksellers. If you buy it direct, it says it is $25.60. And you can buy it in a digital audio book for $27.99 direct. I didn't click any links. Audio appears not to be available from Amazon. That'll get fixed because don't they own Audible anyway? They own something. Amazon owns a lot of somethings. Anyway, I imagine, without any verification, just me, probably could be wrong, blah, 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 that if you buy it direct from HarperCollins, then the publishers and the authors make the most out of it. I don't know. I could be wrong. They might have a real sweet deal hooked up with Barnes & Noble. I love you, Barnes & Noble. Stay around forever. Last of the real bookstores. The big chain bookstores. So there it is. HarperCollins. Go get the... I'll put a link here. It was a long, complicated link, and I haven't figured out yet if Google, YouTube gets offended by the freely available shorteners. But the podcast stuff from last year, it's on the vanhalen.com site. There's several of them. Start at the top, scroll up. You got Alex on NPR. You can listen now for 35 minutes. Alex on CNN. Listen to the Jericho podcast. Shop their merch. It just has a hat and a t-shirt with that picture on. Some 18-second something or other. I don't know what it is. If you want the final work, what became the Requiem. Requiem is the diddly by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart that he didn't finish. He passed away during the ending of it, the creation of it. And Alex mentioned in one of those interviews another famous classical composer that Eddie and Alex were exposed to in their youth by their father. And he made a joke. He said it was either his favorite, might have been Schubert, because it's another one that was unfinished. It had to get finished by other composers because whoever it was he mentioned passed away while penning their final work. And that's what happened with this unfinished. They were working hard on it. If you're a super duper, I just want to hear Eruption, Eddie Van Halen fan, go listen to Eruption. And it's available all over the internet and everything else. But here it is. If you want to download it, and it is, I downloaded it. I got it queued up in the media player. We're going to give it a little listen. And I don't think it'll violate any copyrights because there's none claimed, and Alex made it available for download. So this is an honor homage to Alex and Eddie. Live in peace, Alex. Best drum teacher ever. Not that I would know anything about that. I just heard that somewhere. This is my tribute to my brother. My way of saying goodbye. Ed, I love you and miss you. When I see you again, I'm going to kick your ass. Alex Van Halen. So I'm hoping, if I'm wrong, somebody notify me. We will pause it every now and then because I can't listen to music without hearing other music. Like, what might this be a derivative work of, or a modification on a theme, or, there's only so many frets on a guitar. But this is unfinished. Let me timestamp it in. Go to 1740 unfinished final work by Eddie Van Halen with Alex and Wolfgang. Listen. So I think I have offered them. I haven't read or heard or anything about this book, but man, this is really cool. If you go listen to those podcasts and interviews, listen to Alex talk long about that there is thousands of hours of all forms of Van Halen. Eddie Van Halen and Alex, Eddie Van Halen and hired musicians, Eddie Van Halen and his son Wolfgang, stuff in Eddie Van Halen's, they call it vaults, that the world is probably never going to get to hear. Ever. Never. Because that's how Eddie wanted it. And Alex and Wolfgang are both very respectful. You'd have to be brothers, I guess, to understand things like telling your DOA'd brother that when I see you again, I'm gonna kick your ass. And you would, I guess, maybe you have to know what it is to be a brother like that or a good friend. But these guys lived their whole personal and professional lives together. And Alex was the adult. Eddie was very touched, let's say. Alex has to, they're very famous people. You can go look up their stuff. And before something gets decided and takes it away, go to van-halen.com. Scroll it all the way down. You will find standard audio book. Where did I find it? Let me make sure it's in here. I'm not going to link it in case they decide later. Well, we gave them a window and they didn't take it. You can go download the MP3 yourself. Order your copy. There is an unfinished sample 2, sample 3. I don't know where I got it. Oh, right here. It's marked as a link I have visited. You can, it's about a quarter of the scrolls in my Firefox browser down. Right under the merch shop button, it says unfinished. You can now download the full 6 thing. Don't click it, it will play in your web browser. Right click it or press and hold until the little menu comes up, until it save as or save to my device or put in my documents or put in my files. Depends on what kind of device you're tapping or clicking on. But it is definitely the last work that Eddie ever worked on. Composed, wrote, very Mozart-like. Eddie Van Halen were. So let's give it a go. I adjusted the audio earlier about 25% and tested it. If it's too loud, Elizabeth or George, holla. And let's go. Unfinished by 3 Van Halens.
It's not too loud. I'm just multitasking right this second.
No, I'm about to play on the audio of Eddie Van Halen's last composition.
I'm listening to the Discord side, not the other.
We shall see. Yeah, if it blows your ears up, holla. To be transformative, and maybe when I'm done, I'll just let it play all the way through. But anybody that suffers as I do of you can't just hear music, my mind does this. Well, my ears are vibrating. My mind bones are sitting there telling me, oh, that's a steel type, what we used to call a steel guitar. Country musicians still use all metal strings. There's no nylon in those strings, and Eddie's finger picking them. But what I hear is the beginning or intro of little guitars or Spanish guitars. I don't remember what it's called. Senorita, I'm in trouble again, and I can't break free. I remember the lyrics. I remember the music in my head. This happens instantly. Does anyone else suffer this in this world? Hit me up in the comments. DMs and PMs and whatever. Van Halen. Spanish. I don't think it's called Spanish Fly. Yeah, that's the one with the little guitars. Let's ask for the lyrics. I can't let it play because ads will pop up on the play stuff. And that is copyright stuff that'll get me wrecked. I'm not risking it. Van Halen, Spanish Fly lyrics. Spanish Fly is an acoustic. All right. Bad with names, including titles. Van Halen lyrics. Senorita, I'm in trouble. Go. It's called Little Guitars. I was right. Anyway, the beginning of this is a tempo variation on the theme that is the intro section of Little Guitars.
Let me know when you play it.
It's playing.
I don't hear it.
Because I don't have all of my audio going through the Discord and I don't know how to. I guess
Let
you
me
would
do
have to
this.
listen to it on stream then.
I'll try that.
And that's going to generate the lag. I don't know how to make the Discord share that audio. Oh well. I started it back over. The little tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. Sometimes throughout this thing, it is just a sound effect or Alex banging away at those little chimes that percussionist drummers use. Sometimes it's Eddie working on the strings above or below the lock lugs or whatever they call them at the top and bottom of a guitar. And then I have to ha 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 about the haunting sound in the background because we discussed Ellen DeGeneres and the whale speak. Right up there, up to 45 seconds in, it's very, yes, that's Eddie, but it's like a mashup of a lot of Pink Floyd music.
As far as the volume compared to everything else, thumbs up.
Great. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So we don't get the weird echo, I have to turn the sound up.
So right there at 1 minute 20-ish seconds, if you ever had any doubt in your mind, that is straight Van Halen, both of them. The beginning minute when there is drum noise in there for 40 seconds or so with the little, and it's a synthesized, that's not a real, what they call a tap or whatever, where you set your palm and the base of your drumstick on the skin of the snare and then tap the front third of your stick on the rim of the snare, causing that little click, click, click. But finally, they got done with that at 1 minute 19. I backed it up to 1:14. You'll get another couple seconds of the tapping sound. It bugs me. I don't like it, especially because it's synthesized. It's electronic. It's not a real one. But then they jump in. Now it's real Alex Van Halen playing real drums. And 0156, I stopped it again because in a little break or pause or whatever, I'm reminded again of just about every 80s anthem rock music. How that that works the composition or formulation of how you have to put these things together. Intro, blah, 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 pause, break, bridge, lead, outro, that kind of thing. It just happens. There at 230 to 236-ish, where I paused it again, that's straight up Stairway to Heaven. Now, it's not a ripoff. Like I said earlier, let me be clear. Eddie Van Halen is a perfectionist of the worst order. He, far faster than anybody else you'd ever see on Earth, could play Name That Tune, and you throw one note out of the middle, beginning or end of any tune ever in 500 years of music, and he would name it. That brain was full of music. At 410, very softly, but it's another signature thing of Eddie Van Halen. If he can sneak a couple of notes of harmonics in there, go look it up yourself. He's gonna. It may be buried deep, 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 low volume in that track number 14 out of 16 tracks of his guitar playing, that you have to either find isolated track versions of songs or just really get your hi-fi headphones on and burst your own eardrums with the volume on 20. And you'll say, "Oh, I heard it." That's Eddie messing with his volume knob. He's signature famous for that too. And I guess that's it. We outro in 4 to 6 seconds of silence. A lot of it is pretty much you can listen to any Sammy Hagar era and say, well, that sounds kind of like that, and a little bit of that, and a little bit of the other right now on top of the world for a little while, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, remember, that was Eddie Van Halen playing that guitar then, too. And I made jokes about if you wanted to be razzle-dazzled by Eruption. I'm sorry if I interrupted, but I gave you all the links. Go download it yourself. I'm still trying to keep this transformative in nature in case there ever is a problem. Done with the a little bit transformative. And here's where there is much Led Zeppelin in there. And I'm not going to say causation, correlation. This is, again, it goes to commonality. The other word of the day. I guess go learn yourself how to play a guitar, and then maybe you'll understand a little bit. Otherwise, I don't care. Just take my word for it. But I said, there's a lot of signature Eddie in there. The second lead equals very technically complicated and complex, and yet still musically sound. I know that's a strange set of terms. I guess to those people who aren't steeped in this garbage like me. Eruption is everything because it's isolated. The human standard, I guess, common, average, everyday, mere mortal like myself cannot fathom or take the depth of or even begin to comprehend. The genius, skill, talent, impossible fingertips miracle that was Eddie Van Halen. Personally, I have no use for the guy. But if you can't understand that stuff, you're bad. Go listen to your poop kicker music and be happy. The second lead, and of course, the things get recommended to you or AI'd to you on the right. So while I was listening to this put up by a different channel that lovey-dovey's Van Halen, where I first heard Unfinished earlier today. And I thought, people that are going to say, oh man, that's pound cake. And I heard that little bit of, it was there and then it left. There's just, and it's for 2 notes that last for 2, I guess you would call them tempo beats each. There's 4 notes in that song that in isolation, my mind says, oh, that's that Led Zeppelin song. And I could pull it up. I could hunt it down and find it. And the other one's pound cake and blah, blah, blah.
You're out of my depth.
Yep. But it's what happens. We call it associations, and I said if someone else suffers this, because I do, why can't I just drift through this life in this a sea? Why does my mind do this to me? I don't know. And the counselors are, if you tell them it bugs me, I wish I wasn't that way. They say, well, that's a gift.
Uh, there,
Learn how
there,
learn how to utilize it. And I say, yeah, but they already got rid of that show. They have brought it back recently on a net series of some kind. Name that tune.
there's a song that I like. It's a Scottish folk song. The American version is called "Riding the Raid" because it was also a Civil War tune, or the tune and the rhythm was used, and the rhythm is kind of like if you're lightly riding a horse
Uh
or
huh.
at a low gallop, and so many people take a three-syllable word, a three-letter word, not a one-syllable word, three letters, and they split the word on a downbeat, da dun da dun, and they split it on a beat, up versus cup, up. They tried to split that into two syllables on a downbeat. I'm like, and just hearing it when they do it drives me nutty because it's of a rhythm of riding a horse, a light gallop. I mean, because I hate to say it, I'm sitting here bouncing my seat because that's how you you tend to bounce when you're riding, or you sway. You either bounce or you sway. And I've
Yeah.
done both English and Western riding. Don't like horses. Uh, they're not my favorite critter.
And Elizabeth said probably because as a child you spent 3 to 9 hours 6 days a week hearing those men practice and live music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly. In my space opera.
Well, I
Oh.
have known professional grade amateurs. That's the only way I know to put it. They're professional grade amateurs. Um, that if they bothered to sit down and get some and had done some records, they would have a lot more money than they do now. Um, a very close, longtime friend I consider my big sister. Uh, she plays the French horn, the mandolin, the guitar, and I think she's dabbled with the fiddle. Yeah, it's violin, but it's more the style. You call it a fiddle, but classically, she's trained on the French horn. And I just remember her and several others, as well as others. And we used to call it campfire singing. But we're talking; these people were professional, had professional grade voices, professional grade musicians. I remember here they were doing some Scottish folk songs, and we had two guitarists, a flautist, someone who plays the flute for those that don't know, uh, and another singer. And in my opinion, it was record worthy. But we could never get together, whether it's due to personalities or time or not believing in themselves or whatever. Even though every time they went somewhere, people would ask them to play to do records. I have a son of a friend of mine who has decided to take up music semi-professionally. It's the only way I know to put it. And he plays woodwind instruments. He basically plays your various penny whistles. And penny whistle's a small tin whistle, but he plays the larger versions of it as well. And he travels around the Celtic music festival scene playing. Um, I At one time I could play the recorder or the penny whistle adequate enough to squeak out a tune. sing. No one wants to hear that. In fact, I used to sing on purpose to drive my brother crazy because he has pitch perfect hearing, and I couldn't carry a tune in a tin bucket with the lid nails shut. But I've always liked music, and I like what I like, and I don't like what I don't care for. It's just not my thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a weirdo. I like bagpipe music. Is one of the things I like.
We used
Had
to
a
make
friend.
big efforts to take old bagpipe standards. Well, we meaning mainly me, but a couple other guys. I played in trashy punk rock bands, and we dig up bagpipe music records and try to convert them to rock and roll or punk rock.
You say that. I have a friend who's no longer with us, name of Louis Meador. And when it came to playing, if he had the music in front of him, or if he heard it, he could play it on the bagpipes. If it was wind instrument, he could play it. In fact, on one of those sliding whistles that kids used to buy, I heard him play tune and rhythm perfect Star Wars. But he could play anything, and I do mean anything, on the bagpipes. He considered himself an Irish bagpiper. We lost him to a brain tumor, but his profession was as a counselor for alcohols and drugs with the Carteret County Mental Health. I had another friend of mine growing up who, when we were kids, he played the electric guitar, and he would buy albums, and within about 3 or 4 times of listening to the album and then practice a little bit, he could play it. He did it with the Kiss albums when they first came out in the 70s. He did it with We Will Rock You when it came out in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
We lost him several years back. He was on his way home from college, music college. He was learning to also play classical guitar. Um, they don't know if he fell asleep or if he had a brain aneurysm or what, but all of a sudden he passed out at 65 miles an hour, and his car collided with a bridge column
Mm.
while he was playing one of his demo tapes.
All right, I got all that up there. Oh, read the Elizabeth chats. Here we go. It's from 4 minutes ago, but there's lag and then there's we were both talking.
Yeah.
I love horses and neither bounce or sweat. Probably you are right. The bouncers and sweaters have not spent hundreds and hundreds of hours training horses and working as director of equine therapy and native natural horsemanship, having trained. Hang on.
Well,
The
when I took her in,
background, the background
yeah, when
garbage
I mean by
started moving.
when I was bouncing is when I was taking English writing lessons, they told you to
Yeah,
bounce.
yeah, they call it posting.
Yeah. Well, the instructor said it's like bouncing on the horse.
Yeah,
Like a light. You're not literally bouncing on the horse. It's just like the rhythm you get.
yeah.
I just in a Western saddle, it feels more like a sway than a bounce.
That's just silly. Park
What?
your park your arse. Whoever tries to teach you to bounce, especially in a Western saddle.
Oh no,
Western
no, no, no.
saddles were designed to smash your arse in them, and
Keep them there. That's what I'm
yep,
saying. With the Western saddle, it was more of a sway, but with that English riding saddle, it was more of a bounce.
so silly.
Hey, I was with my girlfriend. She was taking riding lessons. She wanted me to ride with her. The instructor said, "Okay, this is what you do." Because at that point I had never ever been on an English saddle. I've only rode Western saddles, and it was put your butt there, stay.
Oh yeah. Now you got to get up on your toes, but point your toes upward and lean your heels down and bouncy, 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 bounce. 3-day eventing with Olympic gold members and Native American awesome horse children learned and listened to horses. It is love and the time that makes a difference. Then she
I
said
will.
Janis Joplin had a horrible voice, no professional training, but was a seriously amazing singer. But broken in her heart, a friend was her system specialist. Wow.
To both
This,
you and Dean have a lot more horse experience than I do.
yep.
I've ridden bareback, Western saddle, and English saddle. Horses aren't my favorite critters. I've had too many of them try to brush me off on a tree or fence post, or they're supposed to be jumping, and all of a sudden stop right at the rail, and you go out ass over tea kettle.
Yep. And then she
Did all my
said,
riding as a kid.
"This is the album my special thanks is on." Yeah, that's the first one. Van Halen's self-titled first record, and what she was responding to as I had up on the screen, that the absolute hardest or technically complicated Eddie Van Halen guitar work you're ever going to try to mimic or imitate or listen to is every note of Ice Cream Man. And I put a link to the 2015 remastered version. And then she said, "I keep losing my chats. That posting was invented by Icky Victoria, the monarch idiot, who loved trends. She liked to see her troops bounce as they went by. It is taught, but I have never met a horse that said, 'Oh, you do not post, you can't ride me.'" Yeah. I don't know. I just always assumed it was so dude on the ground trainers could watch little girl butts waggle in the air. My theory. My lame theory.
Well, I've gone through several fads. I gave up riding horses as a teenager because I just, one, couldn't afford it. And the people I knew that had horses were no longer with us. And I got more interested in firearms. And then for a while, I even took up riding motorcycles.
We talked about the amazing destiny of things in life. Tim from the butcher block.
Say
KIA'd
that
on a motorcycle. I've been around them. I rode them all my life. And then sometime around 04 or 05, probably 04, I was riding my motorcycle and had one of those ladies pull out in front of me. And I just decided right then and there, yeah, maybe it was a little later, maybe 06. I don't know.
There's two things that made me give up motorcycles. One, I nearly got ran off the road, and the person claimed they didn't see me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the other was the motorcycle accident my future father-in-law was in, and I was the first EMT on the scene.
I don't want to die. I just want to ride my motorcycle.
Two hobbies is painting and my fire.
Yeah, it was near-death experiences that, I don't know if it was the third time, was it the ninth time, but after that lady pulled out and I was going about 57, 58 miles an hour. And I only had a little trashy. I purposely bought a low to the ground Honda 250 and everyone would laugh and, you can't even go on the interstate on that. It won't go 75. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I don't want to pickle Elizabeth City. Yeah, she recognized the song. But Alex Van Halen was an avid on the road and off the road motorcycle rider, and him and my uncle were friends and co-workers. And Uncle Homer was an avid every kind of motorcycle lover. That's probably where that guy Tim that got his skull cracked open got into it, was hanging around those two. Or just that's what everybody did back then. I don't know.
Well,
So I've
growing up,
never minded. I didn't. They always were fun to me and good to me. And then one day they weren't. And I parked the thing. And about 4 years later, I parked it under his carport shelter. About 4 years later, he said, "Somebody asked me about your motorcycle. Can they buy it?" I said, "Sure."
growing up, the reason I took riding motorcycles as an adult is growing up, my mother wouldn't let me ride motorcycle because she was a physical therapist and she had these two male patients that were in and out of her clinic at least 2 or 3 times a year from a motorcycle wreck. And she had a third patient that was practically a vegetable from hitting, from a motorcycle wreck. Therefore, she wasn't going to risk her children riding motorcycles.
Yeah.
That being said, I did almost anything you could do on a motorcycle on a bicycle, other than even my wrecks were less serious. But we're also talking the days before bicycle helmets.
Yeah,
In
they
fact,
were always the law in sunny Southern California, and we didn't ever use them.
back in the 70s when I would do the land surfing, for those that don't know, skateboards, it was, the early 70s, mid 70s. And I and my stepbrother went to the first skateboard park in Jacksonville, North Carolina. And you didn't have to wear helmets, but you had to wear knee pads and elbow pads. That was their rules. Custom skateboard was made for me by my dad. He made the board, bought the custom. He bought one of the best custom trucks and wheels you could buy. But the board, since he was a custom cabinet maker. He made, well, that was one of his sidelines. Made the board for the sticky tape or the traction tape. He just popped a very coarse sand belt off the belt sander and glued it down to the board. And people go, "Where'd you get that real nice tape?" From my dad. It's a
Yep.
belt sander. My dad had, and we're talking in the 70s now, had to spend at least $75 to $100 on those trucks for that board he made me. And my dad came up during the Depression. He didn't spend. He was of the if I can make it, I'm not buying it. And since he wasn't a metal worker and he couldn't make the trucks and wheels, he just made the board. I did that for a while. After enough time flying through the air, it's like, especially when I hit my awkward teens, when we're all turned to klutzes, males. I guess things I've stuck with the longest is painting and firearms. Firearms being the longest. I've been shooting since I was 8. fact, I owned my first firearm, which was a Brown Bess musket, people, at 9.5. And I entered competitions against full-grown men because they didn't have these, age competitions. It's you either entered it or you didn't, or what they now call open competition. Used to do what they call mountain man rendezvous, shooting competition. Now, I haven't shot in competition for a long time, but after a while, I hate to say it, after a while, some of these competitions, they lose their interest. They're just not fun anymore. They're just expensive.
All things.
Well, I'm sure that's the reason you don't shoot competitively, because you don't find it interesting anymore.
Mm, no, I was doing fine with my stuff, and I did it for the fellowship and hanging out with like-minded people.
Yeah, it was fun. But when it stopped being fun, you stopped doing it.
No,
No?
one assholes told me that if you don't come work shifts for me in my security business, we're going to terminate your training certificates. That I ended up working third shifts and whatever, and couldn't get out to the range at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, but what's stopping you now?
No more money, no more time, too far from it. Meaning,
You're not that far from H2O, Foul.
no, I mean too far in the time space continuum. And I'm so full of hate, especially for G word people. They just disgust me.
Can you clarify that and say most G word people?
Yeah, I'm a G word people-ist.
Because I hope you don't hate me.
Nope. But if they're
Yeah.
not being safe, I'm not having fun. And without me being there, enforcing the correct rules and all the time, it's all gone away. They're always reloading up their noses and pointing guns in the air because they feel like it, because they saw some crap on TV. And
Well,
breaking the 180 rule and all this other stuff. And they always got some smart aleck comment that just leaves me sitting out there going, okay.
one of the things I've enjoyed, especially in your classes, in our discussions, is the evolution of shooting. Pistol stances and so forth. And that's one of the things I get at. I mean, is seeing how they shot before World War II, during World War II, after World War II, one-handed, two-handed. Now, maybe you can answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
In some of the old westerns, or even in some of the cop movies, when they would draw and shoot one-handed, the other hand was like way out to the other side, like they're trying to make themselves look bigger, or it's a form of balance. I can understand that in fencing somewhat, but why do they do it when they're supposedly shooting a pew pew?
I have no clue. I'm sure somewhere somebody might have an idea and we could piece it all together.
I mean, because you can see it in the FBI quasi squat shooting revolver. The revolver's out in front of them. Their elbows are like about at a 90, not a 90-degree angle, but a 180. Not straight, but a little less than straight. They got their elbow bent, and their
Shove
offhand is out to the side.
FBI famous revolver speed shooter.
Very popular during the
Ed McGivern invented this garbage. What I always call Just shove your elbow in your belly button and go to town. I had
You
a
can see it.
long, what I used to call my G word schools.
You can see it in training videos starting from World War II. They'll have the 45 out there and the hands out to the side. Why is your hand out to the side? You want someone to shoot your fingers off? See, I've shot that method, dot on the side, one hand on your hip, the other at straight out. But mostly I'd use that for black powder, flintlock stuff.
Yeah, it's coming up on the screen, one of the old famouses, where the NRA will still teach you to this day that the only way you can possibly shoot a revolver correctly, according to the NRA, because of this guy in the 1800s. Again, well, that's how we did in the 1800s.
Yeah, because you're trying to make your body as small a target as possible, so you give them the least amount of area to hit.
Oh no, that's another bunch of cockamamie caca.
Well, that's theory. But if you look at especially
That's an after the fact made up big brain thing. But either whether you hold the back of your trousers or the front of your belt buckle, here's where the offhand must always be exactly in the center of your body, front or back, where you're standing bladed completely the wrong way. This is shooting foot forward, not shooting foot back the way rifle people shoot now.
what is your shoulders are all about square on the target, and you're kind of sitting back on your butt a little bit. The pistol's in front of you with your dominant hand, and your passive hand or offhand is out to your side. Look up World War II shooting style, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Or FBI shooting from the 50s.
Well, maybe it wasn't FBI. Maybe it was just a regular cop. Oh man.
I mean, you see it all the time if you look up in YouTube the Army training pistol shooting, combat, and
Every
they call it combat pistol shooting.
everything they're showing now is Jerry Micklick.
I wish you could look at my screen and I could look at yours.
Well, if you have a link to it in particular, throw the link up in the Discord.
I will.
And here's the cowboy action style, but they have to see how he's kind of flapping his hand. It'll come up on the screen in a minute. The cowboy action guys do it that way, but notice they stand square to their targets.
Yeah.
Their main concern is keep your left or non-shooting hand out of the way,
Because the Army was.
because revolvers have what's called cylinder gap. You talked about it in a previous live stream that you can really hurt your non-shooting hand by getting it near the front of the cylinder. Go back to the text channel. Not seeing a link. I can't remember the guy's name that invented that thing, and everybody did it. And yeah, I used to have what I called my G word schools up at the range website. It's another thing that they got someone else to mess around with it, and they were like, yeah, we just deleted the old website. No, thanks. 9 years of G word schools up there. Very long, well written articles by me and Chad Thompson to go with videos by me and Chad Thompson. You just delete it. Thanks. Oh, well, just looking at all these G word people disgustes me.
Well, I didn't mean to disgust you. I sent you one.
Yeah, I see it. And it's all based on the one guy. And he started that whole thing with revolvers.
The one I'm looking for, you never see the shooter's face because he's wearing this looks like a Long Ranger mask. It's supposedly to mask his identity, but it's a training video, and I've seen it multiple times.
I probably had stuff about it on the other. And knowing at the time, I probably shouldn't be putting this G word stuff on my Facebook. Eventually, they're going to get around to banning me for it.
I mean, they show the palm grip, where you rest the butt of the pistol in your palm, offhand palm, which then became the
Pop saucer. Oh boy.
here. Oh, I found one that shows that technique and someone trying it out.
And now Discord's doing it to me.
What?
Popping up all kinds of its own internal ads and junk, and how I could get this and I can get that, and I could do different things if I would just unlock with Nitro and pay them monthly fees. But if I can get like 10 million people onto my Discord, and they
Well,
all
if we have a Discord where we have 1,000 people, hell, 100 people, it might be worth paying for it. But until then, it's
supposedly
not worth it.
if you get so many, then you'll get your Nitros for free. But they have to be whatever. I don't know. I haven't read enough about it. Uh-oh. Damn it. I tried to close the ad and it closed the Discord. Am I back? Let's just minimize.
I know the one I'm looking for because he's wearing a Garrison cap and he's got a Long Ranger face mask on. But
Handgun. Hand G word shooting with support arm away from body. Yeah, they're all showing the grab the belt buckle stuff. There's sort of one from Pew Pew Tactical. I don't know anything else about them. I piss and whine and moan about everything bad here. Here's a lady with a not too bad shirt on. From the Armory Life. I don't know who it is. Everything else about them could be wrong, but the one image they chose shows her with a decent, round, high up necked shirt on. It's tight. She still gets to show off her girl body. But she has a big old rock on, so her grip is okay. Her stance looks okay, square to the target, not in some kind of weird 1 foot 5 miles behind the other. She has her safety glasses on, her hearing protection on, and she's very not likely to get a piece of hot brass on her chest area. Good girl. Thank you. Um, See if we can find an arm flapper. We found some more of the grab your belt buckle or stick your knuckles in your butt crack. I'm just going to scroll right off the screen. Sewell, come to Sewell, gosh knows. And then I saw another terrifying, scary one. Ladies, don't put that thing. It explodes for a living. Don't press it against your breast. Holy cow, look at this. Tomfoolery, right? Sure.
Also, do not get your hands anywhere near that. I'm calling it an exhaust port, but it's where the port where the casing comes out.
It's the ejection port or the port.
Okay. Don't get your hands anywhere near any ports because you will regret it very quickly.
Look at this. It should be on screen by now. Look at this pile of garbage.
Wind up with a busted cheek, hands being burnt, and a black eye.
Yeah, what if you have an overpressure round and it explodes right there in the chamber? Permanently blind, burn your face off, tear all these fingers off. This.
Yeah, in fact,
Do you remember that late night TV show? I don't remember if it was David Letterman or somebody else that had stupid human tricks. That's another problem that you will see with the G word men, the G word people. These are stupid human tricks on a very serious level. Somehow it got across all the way to guns.com. Is this somebody I taught? This is better. It's coming up. Shooting from retention, directly above the holster. Again, thank you, ma'am, lady, if that's how you identify. Way over on the right of the screen. It'll be up there in a moment. She's wearing a shirt where she can't get too much brass in her shirt. But especially one that's been cut out on both sides, that's going to let the fire out against your teats, ma'am. It could light your brassiere on fire.
liable to blow her nipple off.
Or what happens if the slide closes on it? You must tilt the thing all the way flat away from your body. Keep your body parts, especially if it's cold outside, ladies. A certain part of your front might bulge out just enough in your shirt that thing will slide forward at approximately 1100 feet per second and close upon your little niblet. Please
I
think
found another.
at least 3 or 4 steps ahead. Come on, arm flapper. I asked for an arm flapper. There's got to be one. This is another NRA stance.
Which one?
Coming up, Battle Beard dude. Because this is the only way for you to survive the frozen cold mountains of Afghanistan. Stand there with your hand on your hip.
I hate to say that actually derives from a dueling stance from
Yeah.
the 17 and 1800s.
Oh, yeah.
It can be accurate, but
It's no better or worse than. The only reason to do that is if you refuse to wear corrective lenses and you need some more distance between you and the front side. Oh, but your arm is the same length no matter which side you put it on. So there.
yeah. Uh, Where I learned that from was shooting a smooth bore black powder pistol.
Such silliness. Oh my gosh. The G word people. They're so full of silliness. And then we wonder why our movie stars, oh hell and no, have been
Right.
forced and required by law enforcement people to do these silly drills of putting your hand on your head. And I will give the dude this. I can see his thumb up on the other side of the gun. G word, whatever.
Isn't that supposedly for if you're in hand-to-hand combat and you want to shoot them?
Yes.
Supposedly, the one hand is to protect your head from someone whacking at you.
And to force it out of the way of your own line of fire.
That's training enough that you
Swell.
know.
I guess it's better than nothing. Oh man, be careful what you search for on the internet. You will see more of the same old crap. Well, it reminds me, a retired FBI instructor extraordinary, blah blah blah, a couple of years before I ever met Ed Morales. He did his final 30 years later or 20 years later, some junk, a while back. A long while back. And then, like I rag about other places, hey man, send it to me, I'll give it a look over.
I sent you another video
And he
in Discord.
sent me his thing, and I ragged all over it. It's like, dude, no, and you're wrong, and no.
The one that it says fundamentals of double action revolver shooting, 1961. But anyhow, they're humorous. I'll be right back.
Find the Discord. Where are you hiding, Discords? Yep, that's the guy. That's two-handed. That's the stance. Whenever George gets back, we'll remind him.
What?
Oh, you're back already. Let's try Nuclear Vault. The fundamentals go. Okay. The fundamentals. Oh, autocomplete ripped me off. The fundamentals of double go. There it is. That's the guy. He's either a cop or an FBI. And the main reason, see how they deep squat straight up. Yeah, it's probably one of the videos I used to have on the G Word School on the webpage.
Yeah.
That dang, ding, dang, and deep. These days, we call it a CrossFit squat.
Seen it. I've also seen it
Get
with
your
the squat
butt cheeks on your heels.
not so prominent.
And
Be a little
now,
bit higher.
what you're supposed to do, and I'm not letting the video play.
They can fundamentals of double action revolver shooting. You
But that
there's
kind of
no longer a
stance,
copyright on it.
they would. This film adapted for Air Force use. And this is a more, yeah, it came from the FBI. I can't remember the guy's name that invented this whole thing.
You can see a lot more of this if you watch the movie
There it
Story of the
is.
FBI with Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah. But they had all this cockamamie garbage. And, you know, it requires the verbal challenge like Lucky Punk and how many rounds, you know. The original back then verbal challenges was, drop the weapon, absconder from justice. I'm with the FBI, and I'm taking in. That, that
You're
was
not taking
make.
me, G-Man.
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry.
The only way you're getting
Uh,
me is dead and alive, as you wish. It's, that was all great stuff, and trying to stand like that and poke your ass out, and that's why everybody ended up flapping their arms around, trying to maintain their balance. And you were also supposed to, in the military, there's supposed to be, the guy standing next to you. So you put your hand on his shoulder, that keeps your space between each other and helps you support yourself on his shoulder. Well, if you fall over and you jerk him down and both of your guns went down.
Now, here's another thing I find quite
So these
funny.
fantastic theories are fantastic, but in reality, yes, they are crazy. Thank you, Nuclear Vault.
The the levels of safety or not safety. If you look at the number of actors accidentally shooting themselves or accidentally shooting someone else in the past 30 years compared to the first 30 years of filmmaking, and you got to realize they're in the early days of filmmaking, like I think it was in White Heat with Cagney when he ducks behind a wall as it looks like someone shoots Thompson machine gun at the wall. Well, in the filming of White Heat, they actually had a person with a Thompson with ball ammo stitching it up the wall as Cagney does. But they never had any accidental shootings. They didn't have people, killing the photographer or camera guy. They didn't have the actors accidentally getting shot. It seems like they were safer than the ones now where they're doing the blank shootings and then somehow they get a squib and shoots himself. It
Oh,
it seems like the safer they've tried to make it, the more dangerous they become. Almost, and I know why. It's because they believe in the safety, so they don't think they need to take any safety precautions. Oh, it's safe. It's only a blank. Okay, you just used your own skull as a projectile to blow it to the other side of your head.
yep. I put two of them up on screen, but I'm going to read these last two. The only time my grandfather, a homicide detective for years, and he was a vice detective as well, was shot as a street beat cop. He said he had read a few too many dime crime novels. He said, come out in the name of the law while responding to an armed robbery at a market. The guy came out shooting.
Mhm.
Luckily, Grandpa was not killed, but learned not to get his training from books. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, for most law enforcement, that's the only lessons they learn is the ones that ended up with them in the hospital. Well, it sounded good in the class. Were you really in the class? No.
Well, it's just like all these people that say birdshot can't hurt you.
You ain't never been shot with birdshot, have you?
Yeah. Well,
Go
that
ask
and
the
they've never
bird
done
how
any
it feels about it.
or I mean, the person that I know of that's been actually shot with birdshot, she was not killed, but it dug a furrow up her thigh and butt to the point that her sciatic nerve was permanently damaged.
And see, if we lived in the good old days,
And it, it
that's
and
again
it
another one of those good old days. where if we
Well,
made people like that not be allowed to have knockout gas or shots, here, chew on this stick wrapped in leather, and then let the doctors pick all them pellets out of them
yeah.
without anything
Well,
to help with the pain,
or they say it's not lethal.
they'd go
Bull
start
hockey,
teaching lessons again.
um, at close range, like what would be inside a house, birdshot, number 8 lead birdshot will kill because you're shooting equivalent to several ounces of a wall of lead, and as soon as it hits, all those lead pellets start going in different directions,
And that
are
shit is
spreading out even
on
more.
fire.
Now,
Go
it
look at
it has
go look at a shot G word being fired in low light.
yeah.
There is
Now
a
that
giant amount of fire out the front of that thing.
the
That
thing
hurts
is
too.
that does not penetrate drywall as much as a slug or double aught buck. It slows down fast. That's the reason people generally say for inside your house, use birdshot because drywall will really anything it hits really starts to slow it down. That's basics. The heavier the bullet, the more time and more stuff it needs to slow it down once it obtains speed.
Oh,
But
I
you have to
forget.
go to rule number 2? Know what's in front of your target, around your target, and beyond your target. I
That's
think
rule
that's
four.
rule 2. Rule
Rule
4?
four. Know your target. No. But first you gotta know what no means. Know your
No.
target, what's around it, and beyond it. To know a thing is world different than to have some information about a thing. Yep. Go
Well, in a
back
home
and
invasion, you don't. In a home invasion, you don't necessarily know. You have an idea of what's beyond it because you live there and you know what's outside your house.
hopefully. That's when you're supposed to run down the hall with your K-bar. Go look up what that is and make those crazy noises like ch 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 ch, and listen to
Oh
your
yeah.
bad guys go, "We're in the roundhouse."
Let's just hope most of the bad guys and they bring a knife to a gun.
Yep.
Oh, just like one of them I was watching.
Talk to yourself like the guy from the original Psycho movie.
The 21-foot rule about a knife. You can't if the knife is faster than the gun. Somewhat.
Mm. Well, if you gotta get into your 2/3 CrossFit squat and park your elbow in your belly button and flap your other arm around like a broken winged birdie, yep, they're gonna close that space and hurt you with that knife. If you rip
Well,
that
I mean,
thing out and turn it 90 degrees and let them have
well,
at a minimum of 800 feet per second at the muzzle.
your own house, don't present the bad guy your entire body if you
Yeah.
can avoid it. Use a wall for cover. No, it's not bulletproof, but if they can't stab you, it takes quite a bit of force to stab one to a wall.
At your house, kill the lights and make funny, scary movie noises. Say, wah, wah, wah.
You might scare them off. I don't know.
Yeah. Psychological warfare is warfare. That's why I said talk in the voice of Psycho. It's obviously a guy talking in his high pitched voice, mimicking his DOA'd mother that he DOA'd.
I'm gonna tell a story on myself right now.
Don't
Back
let him
when
go.
I was in high school. My mother had to drive to Raleigh to pick up my big brother. He was flying in from Great Lakes, where he was stationed. And we had a friend, very close friend, who's like a brother, kind of babysit with me to make sure I got to school okay. But we also had another person living at the house, female, who was a cook at a truck stop, and she'd get in late at night, and for whatever reason, she always had to root around in the kitchen, making noise, but with not turning on a light. Well, my friend Mikey got up, and you could check it, and about that time, he sees me coming down the hallway with a dirk and a Bowie knife, one in each hand, or it could have been two dirks. I used to love. I still love knives. I used to have a. I had quite a bit of knife collection. These are spring steel dirks. Going, I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill. And he, as I run by him, he reaches out, grabs the scruff of my shirt. I fall down. I'm sitting there, and he goes, "Go to bed, George." So I get up and I go to bed. Apparently, I did all this while I was asleep. Asleep. I never woke up as I was running down the hallway with these dirks in my hand. You think she would learn? Nope. My brother was home on, like I said, he was home on leave, and she did it again another night. And then when she came up from the searching the refrigerator for God knows what, all she saw was a barrel of a 1911 in her nose. And we basically told her, anytime you come in the house, we don't care if it wastes electricity, turn a light on. Because if you turn a light on, we know you're not an intruder. We're less likely to shoot, stab, or disembowel you. He was on a he just gotten back from a rough duty station. She eventually learned to, when she came in, turn lights on.
You gotta announce yourself. Man, I
That
learned hard. I was sharing housing once upon a time with a guy that was very PTSD'd from war fighting. It was at the racetrack in San Diego, Elizabeth. And I forgot that I was sharing a room. Didn't have my own. So I rattled the key in the door and opened the door, and that door squeaked, and he came up out of that bed with his little silver colored dagger blade.
I don't mind people coming over. It's just, if announce yourself. I mean, my father-in-law
Yeah,
came over one time,
I
didn't announce himself, and the next thing I know, I'm standing in the doorway with my body kind of behind the doorway, with my arms out, just enough to sight down the pistol. I says, "You better announce yourself and sing out loud, or I'm gonna fill you full of holes."
yeah, me and the guy, I'm sad. I can't remember names. I don't remember his name. He was a really cool guy, good roommate, very militaristic, very tidy, them very fine corners on the blankets and the sheets. But man, he came up out of that thing moving fast. Luckily, I realized what was happening and backed up a little, and he realized what was happening and stopped coming forward aggressively.
Yeah.
And then we made a pact. Hey, dude, if you're coming in, even if it's late at night, knock the heck out of the door and get me up with the door in between us. Yes, sir, sir, yes, sir. Don't cut me. Ooh, that dude moved fast. Yeah, announce yourself. Turn the lights on. Knock on the door. These
Well,
days, call on your cell phone and say, hey, I'm outside the door.
I mean, it was named Puka. She would kick me awake and then go hide underneath the bed because she knew I was coming up with a sidearm. And oh, people out there, don't play practical jokes with dogs around because they don't know your dog. I had a roommate at the time. He busted into my bedroom and he pointed a squirt gun at me, and the dog leaped for him. As she was trained, and I grabbed her just before she got to the end of the bed, taking it because he was aiming for his throat. And he's, it's just a squirt gun. It's just a squirt gun. And I went, it's just a dog.
It's a
And
dog.
if you'd have done that and I hadn't had my pistol ready, you'd have been a dead man. I say that now because I've also played some mean practical jokes, but I had control over my practical joke.
Crackle. Well, I have other things, but I don't know if I want to get into them.
You like hog crackling?
Pigskins?
You don't know what crackling is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Okay.
Mm. Yep,
Now
I ate them, but
I'm not allowed to have them anymore. Too
yeah,
much salt.
yeah, all kinds of stuff. I
Well,
really
I've
only
never
like
liked.
them like hosed down with serious hot sauce and then probably dunked in salsa after that.
Yeah. No, I don't like chitlins. No, no, no. I don't like the way they smell. I don't like the way they taste. Whether it's just fried chitlins, chitlin loaf, whatever. For those that don't know, here in the South, chitlins is a staple. Along with, I also never got used to eating chicken livers and chicken gizzards. This I don't even like gibling gut gibble get gravy, giblet gravy, where they take the internals of the turkey and stew it with the cut it up and stew it with the gravy. I wouldn't mind it if I could drain that stuff out, but as soon as you bite into either the gizzard or the liver or whatever, yes.
Yeah, it's
I got
I've,
when I used to drive my
it's a
mom around.
distinctly southern thing. And maybe it does happen in Southern California. I just don't remember it.
Mm-hmm.
But man, everywhere you go here, you can go to the convenience store and they got someone back there working with a electrical skillet making some fried gizzards.
Yep. When I used for a while, I was driving my mom. She was doing home health, and Puka would ride around with us. She liked taking Puka when she did home health because no one bothered her car because Puka was about a 65-pound. She was a combination Shepherd Chow Husky mix, and she just looked like a medium-sized white Shepherd. So they left. My mom would have to go into questionable neighborhoods, and they leave the car alone. But we stop at this one gas station in Wagram, North Carolina. I'd get a hot dog, mom would get a box of chicken livers, and then I'd order a small chicken gizzards. And they found out it was for the dog. They would give me for the price to free of a small gizzards, and it's a big, huge because otherwise they'd just throw them away because they only had a few customers to eat them, and I would come in about once a. And then the vet said she was gaining too much weight and she wasn't allowed to have snacks anymore. Broke her heart because I would stop and go, the convenience stores that have the hot dogs on the rollers, and I'd go, "Do you have any you haven't put on there yet?" Yeah, but they're cold. I said, "That's okay. It's for the dog."
Elizabeth wrote Native nations eat chitlins with tons of hot sauce and add tons more. Our friends Native Mexican peons, maybe both, same thing, from the mission schools loved gizzards. It was a cheap food for the peons kids at the mission schools. But after a
Isn't
few
there a tribe called
generations, it was a
peon?
big family yum yum treat. Yep.
I never got to where I could eat gizzards, livers, or gizzards or liver. I didn't like beef liver. I did not like chicken liver. I did not like pork liver.
And just mental associations, of course. And no, I did not like those green eggs and ham, Sam. I am.
Yeah. Now I'll eat some things that other people think are gross. I like haggis, Scottish dish. I actually like haggis.
Let's ask the Google bar. Haggis. Savory, crumbly, spicy pudding that originated in Scotland is made from sheep's offal, oats, suet, and spices. I don't know what an offal is. It sounds like fat to me.
Like that,
What?
and it's cooked in the stomach of the sheep.
Oh, offal is the edible internal organs of a butchered animal, also known as a variety of meats, organ meats, or pluck. Yeah, I was just about to say, based on the
The
mental
only kind of
associations, is haggis equals offal equals tripe.
now there is a form of liver I will eat, uh, but it's the way my dad would fix it. It's a German dish called Panhas. It's like it's similar to liver pudding or liver mush, but you start off with a German style sausage liver mush, and then he adds cornmeal and spices and stuff, and you cook it and you let it sit in a loaf pan as a breakfast food. But that's the only time I would eat. I or my dad would eat liver is in a dish called Panhas. Do not know how to spell it.
Yeah, I spelled it in German and it said yes, that's correct. In English, they spell it PON space HOSS. In German, it's PAUNHAUS. Cornmeal
The
only. The American
and the
version says cornmeal along with some ground meat and broth.
way, like I said, his is similar to I realize there are different foods in Germany, just like there are different foods in the United States. Hell, there are
Oh
different
yeah.
foods in North Carolina. It was it was it was made from liver pudding, but he added more cornmeal and some extra spices and stuff like that. And you would, I guess you'd boil it or cook it, steam it or something, and he let it sit in a loaf pan, cool, and then we'd take it out of the loaf pan, cut it into slices, and then fry it again.
Yep. Oh, it's spam. Spam without the
Similar to,
can.
there it is.
Yep.
It says Scrapple. How to make panhas. That's what it looked like. Those two pictures, the first one and the third one.
Yep.
But I never cut it that thick. I liked it thin and crispy.
Ugh, tripe.
And somewhere I think my brother has the recipe for it. I had it at one time. I just never got around to trying to make it. My dad was an incredible. It's like one of my favorite breakfast foods my dad used to fix for me were poached eggs, red hots, which is a southern thing, red hot sausage, and toast. Maybe grits and cheese on the side.
Mm.
And I'm a guess you're not a grit eater.
No, that's an acquired taste that I never acquired. I like my cream of wheat, my creamy cream of wheat, and my
I,
oatmeal.
I like oatmeal sometimes, but the cream of wheat I could never get used to. My dad hated oatmeal because he called it mush.
Yeah.
One of the things we used to have camping a lot was oatmeal, and then you had sausage fried with apples to go with the oatmeal. I put brown sugar and cinnamon in my oatmeal. And nowadays, being a diabetic, I have to use Splenda, not a backer, brown
But you could
sugar,
be.
Wish.
Holla, giant corporations. We'll pimp your gear. I'll happily check the box. Does this video contain a sponsor? Hell yes. Where's my heck yeah box? Just saying.
Just
The other advertisement. Speaking of product placement. Oh gosh, and now I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of the guy. Val Kilmer spy movie. Not Top Secret from 1984. Holy cow, 10 out of 10. That is the funniest comedy that I can remember in a long, long time. If you've never heard of
what movie
it, it's Top Secret with an exclamation point on it.
is that? The one with the James Bond type character. Oh no, that's Val Kilmer.
Oh, this is
That's
Val
that one.
Kilmer, and it is hilarious. It has Peter Cushing in it, who was in everything. He's been Dracula. He was, all the knight swashbucklers, and he was the general or Lord Tarkington in Star Wars 1977. Peter Cushing.
The
It's
general.
got Omar Sharif in it. And this was one of Val Kilmer's very first to do in the movies. I can't believe they
Man,
call that a Val Kilmer spy movie because that's a
it's a
10 out of
spoof on
10
spy.
comedy. I better get
It's a
a
spoof on spy movie.
yes. It's a spoof on every kind of movie ever made, and it is hilarious. I loved it.
Wasn't it Peter Omar Sharif that was in Gigi?
I don't know. It's been in so much I couldn't possibly remember. Looking for the product placement extreme. Val Kilmer
I know
movie
he
found.
supposedly became difficult to work with, but I thought he was a good actor. I liked his comedy because he also did uh not my science project, but Real Genius. Real Genius.
I just put
Again,
it
they
at the
had
IMDb. You guys can all look it up. Elizabeth said, Tim gave me tickets to Pasadena Playhouse for the Val Kilmer Mark Twain performance. I wanted to get his autograph. For Elle, she loved him. His tall was even taller due to Twain shoes. He's your Huckleberry. You're a daisy if you do. And go see Top Secret. Go find it on your own services. I'm not searching for it. I'm still looking for that other one. But the whole movie was paid for by BMW, and there was a rotten amount. God, what was it? 1990s. I'm gonna have to go troll Val Kilmer's thing so it'll stop telling me Top Secret. The other one. The real spy movie, and it's a remake or a redux of something else.
if you want to see another very funny, very good movie that spoofs a lot of things or makes light of everything, the pirate movie with Christy McNichols. They even poked fun at Star Wars, which I thought was hilarious.
Hmm. All right. And since his supposed, I don't know what's going on. I don't keep up and I don't read all
Oh, he's sick. He's very
the
sick.
popular whatever's going on. There's been some making money. He donates to charities. Pirates of Penzance. Um, there's been something in the last 10 years or so with Val Kilmer. Going down the Val Kilmer road is going to lead to other things, but I'm going to try to stay on target one at a time. I have seen one of his recent movie things, and it does look like there's been too much illness, ailment, plastic surgery, maybe, I don't know, question mark, question mark. There's definite
Um,
something
he's
going
had to,
on with the
from my understanding,
physicality.
he's had to take steroids for part of a cancer treatment.
Yeah, so whatever it is, I still kind of like the movie. He played some kind of imported Russia area or European, I don't know, Polish, German, all that, Lithuanian, working as a janitor in a big apartment building in a big city in America. I don't remember anything else really about it, but I remember it was a good movie.
Well, another
The
good.
Saint, that's it, 1997.
Oh, The Saint. I love The Saint, and I love the fact that they got Roger Moore to be the radio announcer at the end of the movie. Who, for those that don't know, was also the Saint from the '60s TV show, originated in England. But
Was
The
The
Saint
Saint
story.
1997. George loves it.
Oh yeah, I love that character. I love the old black and white movies from the '30s and '40s about the Saint.
Not good, not bad, just a movie, but very obviously a long ad for, I think it was BMW. Sorry, Mercedes, if it was you. Uh, what was the car company in the Saint 1997? Volvo.
Oh,
Uh,
just
I accused everybody.
but the right company.
Yep. Sorry, I
Well,
apologize. A long ad for Volvo.
just like the longest time, the largest contributors and product placement for James Bond was Playboy and Playboy magazine.
Mm-hmm.
To the point, I think it was Diamonds Are Forever. One of the way they identified him is by pulling out his club card, his Playboy club card.
And I
As
just
a
saw it
kid,
a
that
while
was
ago. Let me find it. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as a kid, that was always one of my dreams, was to be a gold or platinum Playboy card member. But those days are over. They don't existed. They don't the clubs don't exist anymore. Just
Kiss
like
Kiss Bang Bang, 2005. I have found one other person in the real world who has even seen it, let alone when I brought it up trying to remember, because I'm bad with names. I was like, what was the movie that Val Kilmer and Iron Man were in? And he said, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. And then we both love it. It's a great movie. If you're a little off like I am, It's got Robert Downey Jr. and Val Kilmer and lots of other famous people.
I'm not sure if I've seen that one before or not.
It is rated at IMDb 7.5 out of 10, which is kind of high of a rating for ratings at IMDb.
Well, it's not showing it anywhere unless it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know where you'd find it. If you just type the name Kiss Kiss Bang Bang into Google bar, Google does okay, and other search engines, I guess. I don't know. I just use Google because I do. It's built in
Uh,
to my web browser.
nope, they got ads for it on YouTube. Oh, hold on, I might have spoke too short.
If, let's say, same-sex romanticism bothers you and kind of alternate themes or drug use or violence, if any of that stuff bugs you, then don't watch it. I can't recommend it to you.
Well, it's called. Is it pertinent to what the story is? If it's pertinent to the story, I don't care.
It is not like every Adam Sandler movie. Not everyone. There are some Adam Sandler movies that I was like, might as well. I got nothing else to watch. And he has done a couple of serious role dark drama movies. Adam Sandler. That I was like, whoa, that is a good movie, and he did a good job acting in it. But in any of its, if he wrote it, produced it, directed it, and starred in it, and it's a so-called Adam Sandler comedy, it includes men kissing each other. He does it on purpose. It's get used to it. It's in every movie.
But just to let people know, the first Saint movie was around 1938 and it was considered a B movie from RKO Pictures.
And what's that?
The Saint.
Oh yeah.
They did a series of Saint movies. The Saint New York. There was a radio show, or RKO picture. Uh, Saint New York, and the writer at the time wouldn't give them access to the Saint one, and then they switched over using the same actors to something called The Fox. Old black and white movies that I like a lot because it's real nice. And or they also did one series called The Gray Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
But you had the Saint's Vacation, the Saint Meets the Tiger, and these are all pre-U.S. entering World War II. Lewis Howard, George Sanders, very big actor. But if you want to see a comedy spy movie along with Top Secret, Red.
Yeah, I've
That's it.
seen it.
A red, not reds, red, and then the red two. The red one was the first movie was hilarious, and I hate to say it, the main character is not my favorite character in the movie.
Here's the one I saw. And when I say recently, I mean in the last 2 or 3 years. I know I didn't see it in the last 2 or 3 months. It's called The Super.
Okay.
And he looks very rough. They fixed up this cover photo. It's from 2017. It's rated 5.2 out of 10. I might give it more than that. I don't know. 7. Let's see if they show any pictures of him or are they carefully Carefully, carefully, Ing. Well, there's a picture of him where he looks a little rough there, but there's many. Something was obviously happening during the making of this movie called The Super with him
Mm-hmm.
physically and in his health, because you could see the difference in between the cuts or the scenes. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
is that even him? Oh, it is him. Something's different.
And
Anyway, I liked it. I thought it
in
was a good movie.
in Red, my favorite character is played by John Malkovich.
John Malkovich
Marvin
rocks.
uh Marvin Boggs. There's a scene and he goes when they talk about someone gonna follow him. He goes, "I get to use the pig. I get to use the pig." And inside the pig is this huge, huge revolver.
And you're saying it's called Red, not the
Yeah,
1981 Reds?
2010.
Let's
Red,
try
one word.
RED. 2010 with Bruce Willis and Helen Mirren. I think I've seen
And
that too.
she wasn't the main character. Uh, Mary
And
Louise Parker was the main female lead.
yeah, but it's got everybody in it. Bruce Willis,
Yeah,
Helen Mirren, Morgan Freeman, Mary Louise Parker, Heidi Vaughn, I can't say the last name, Pauleske, Jefferson Brown's in it, Carl Urban. These are all
he
big
goes,
names.
yeah,
Chris
but when he goes,
Owens.
they didn't show it, but as soon as he says, "I get to use the pig," I knew what was in the pig. I knew what was in that stuffed creature. And they looked at him crazy. He's carrying this big, huge stuffed pig, pink pig.
You see, I don't understand why he's listed on the cover, the original movie poster cover,
Yeah,
and
but he's not.
he's in 3 of the first 6 photographs, but I'm
You
not
have to look at the
seeing.
full cast. You have to look at the full cast down at the bottom where it says full cast. I thought he'd be towards the top myself
Me too.
because he made that movie. His character made that movie.
Another rough one. I don't know, not well received, and I've never watched it again, and I've seen it, free with ads in the last few years. 0409, 00, transition, haha. We
What
transed
is it?
to John. I can't spell his name. Malkovich. Is that correct? Via Red 2010. In the Line of Fire. Clint Eastwood. John Malkovich. 10 out of 10. Fantastic. In every way. Aim high. You have to be willing to trade your life for his. It's about the protector game. He's trying to protect the president. Clint Eastwood is as a Secret Service agent. Long in
Oh
the
yeah.
tooth. And John
Oh,
Malkovich is a well committed, burned out agency guy. It is a fabulous movie.
and that's the movie that also got people fearing 3D printers.
Well, yeah. Composite. It's made out of model glue. Why'd you kill that bird, asshole? Oh, man, I love it. Oh, there's another one that he's in called
Oh,
Being John
he was
Malkovich.
he was also in The Man in the Iron Mask.
Yep. He's been in a lot of good stuff.
Yeah,
And this
he's
is
been in
high
oh,
rated, so I guess for drama students into that kind of. I forgot that what's his name is even in this.
I did see him in a B-rated movie. It's called Texas Ranger, I think it was called. No, One Ranger. It was called One Ranger. Came out 2023. It's an okay movie, and he only has a bit part in it, and I do mean okay movie. It shows a lot of do's and don'ts, and how Hollywood, or at least Hollywood in the UK, they're not allowed to play with firearms.
And this is another one that has a lot of big name stars: John Cusack, Cameron Diaz, Catherine Keener, John Malkovich, Ned Bellamy, Eric Weinstein, Orson Bean, KK Dodds, KK, hey KK, Charlie Sheen's in it. There's just,
What's that one?
it's called Being John Malkovich. It says a puppeteer discovers a portal that leads literally into the head of a movie star, John Malkovich.
Okay.
It is a very surreal, uh, I guess they call them art house theater kind of
Yeah.
thing. So if you're not tolerant of that kind of thing, it's not for you. But to me, it was a really good Caligula.
Yeah.
1999. Being John Malkovich.
John Malkovich, when um first person that's on the listing of the actors on that thing.
And Being
John
John
Cusack?
Malkovich, John
No,
Cusack.
John Cusack. He did a movie, I don't remember the name of it, where he plays a hitman and he's attending his high school reunion. That's hilarious.
John Cusack's been in a lot of good movies.
And a lot of bad movies.
Yes, but I don't know. People knock on actors for, wow, how could you ever, you're tarnishing your reputation. Well, come on, it's 2025 now. Go look up a contract with a distribution or a production company. The actors will let the big money companies will let you star or, get good billing in their $100 million, $500 million production of some such and such. But on the back end, for $3 million, you got to do this other horrible thing because somebody's nephew wrote a script and we got to make it.
Or you get the too many sequels.
Yeah, and you find out with a lawyer letter that when you signed up for that first amazing episode and you got all the money and the fame, it's however many infinity sequels they write, you got to go be in.
I was just thinking, there's a point of no return when it comes to too many sequels. A prime example are uh, Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark. The last good one was number 3 with Harrison Ford and Sean Connery.
Yeah, you'd get along great with the EFAP guys, George. They agree with you 100%.
Most of Clint Eastwood's westerns have made money. If a western's done right, it will make money, and it can be good. If it's done wrong, whether it's the directing or the acting, it's a straight to video free box.
Yeah, I'm sure all distribution and somewhere there's money involved in some way that probably tried to get Clint Eastwood to agree to something like make what was the famous cowboy movie when he was getting old, Unforgiven.
Yes.
I'm sure many people have run at him with, we'll give you infinity money. Let the lightning strike twice. It's a sure thing. And he told
Well,
them quietly, calmly, and politely, no, thank you.
Well, I mean, look at the sequel movies he's had to do because they're under contract. The spaghetti westerns. I mean, the third one being in the series by the same director, and they had practically had to beg him to do that one, which was The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah, and then look at what a monster that turned into. Because that's the
You
only
know.
one anyone remembers mainly for the
Well,
fancy-fied flying camera work and the theme song.
yeah, I was just saying, but it comes from him doing A Fistful of Dollars, um,
A few dollars
and
more,
then
hang 'em high.
High. Well, Hang 'Em High actually came after Good, Bad, and the Ugly,
Yep,
but they're all called the Man with No Name
yep.
series. Um, and then you look at all the Dirty Harrys he's done, the fact that he was on a Western serial, Rawhide, and when he got big enough, and if he didn't like it, he could afford to say no. And now he's done the Every Which Way But Loose was two of them, but he agreed to do those two.
Those are still
She's
good
putting
to
on her
me.
new boots.
Man, don't wear new shoes if you're going on a walk around site. If you're sitting in the car
No,
trying to keep your feet warm, wear the new boots.
well that's what a lot of walking this site, but her other boots were being worn out.
Yep.
I have to buy them about every 6 months to a year.
Mary Riley says it was 1996. I think that had Julia Roberts,
What?
John Malkovich. I'm still scrolling while we were just talking about anything and everything. I was just scrolling the long, long list that is John Malkovich's resume.
Like I said, he did a Man in the Iron Mask with, and it had Depardieu as Porthos. I, if there was a man crush of a modern actor who barely speaks English, it would be Depardieu. The
Oof.
movies he's done, I just love. He did a Cyrano de Bergerac is one of my favorite characters.
Jennifer 8, I only saw once when it was in theaters, 1992. Of Mice and Men, I have seen in the last 2 years. It was free on all the streaming services for a while. Be careful, that's an extremely tough one, people. I highly recommend it. I think 7.4 is just a tad low because I don't do the decimals. We'll just round it up. 8 for me of Mice and Men.
Malkovich plays a very good bad guy, and he plays a very good person that's ultra serious all the time.
Yep.
And I think that's one reason, and he does such good with his comic comedy timing and Red.
That's
Yeah, but
another one.
Mice and Men, that's a depressing story.
Yep, very.
Did you have to read it in high school?
Oh, I had to read it prior
That's what
to
I'm
the
saying.
8th grade.
Oh, I had to read it in high school.
There was some things, and I had a thing in the checklist. It's in the description that comes from a Catholic school that I went to. One thing of note to me about that Catholic school is that they were pretty serious in their English classes about not fooling around. We read a lot of serious stuff. Fifth, sixth, seventh,
When,
eighth grade.
when my mother wanted to send me to Catholic school because I had hard times with dyslexia and phonics, and they had very good teaching programs around that. My dad would not allow us to go to a Catholic school. Being a Lutheran minister, he wasn't
Hmm.
having it.
Oh, I was just trying to explain this for the other actor. Talk about early in the career. Empire of the Sun, 1987. It's rated
Oh, that's
7.7.
a very good. That's a very good movie.
I'd give it 9 out of 10.
Yes, definitely.
But I was trying to explain to her that Christian Bale, when he was very young, was in Empire of the Sun, and what Empire of the Sun was about. Extremely good movie. I don't remember who made it. Was that? Yeah, Spielberg. I thought so. But yep, John Malkovich was in that too.
How do you say Joe Lantilo? He's got to be Italian with that name.
Talking about Joe Pants?
No, it longer than that.
Well, his nickname, the guy that was in the Matrix.
I don't know if it's in the Matrix. He's in the Underneath the Sun, the one you're looking at now. John Patolianc.
It's an O. His name is Joe Pantoliano. His nickname since he was very young has been Joe Pants because no one can say that last name. And he was the guy that sold out everybody in the Matrix.
He's still a good actor.
Yeah.
He played I don't remember the name of the movie. He played a DJ, dance TV show DJ on the time period where you're going between dance music and folk music, like Bob Dylan's early years. And it's a TV. He's playing the DJ of a TV show out of Jersey. He's just a sideline character. That's one of them I remember. I think that's when he's first. He's shortly after that he stopped wearing a toupee.
Joe Pants, known for Memento Bound, The Fugitive, and The Matrix. I like The Fugitive. It was okay.
It was okay until you compare it to the original TV show.
Oh yeah, it doesn't compare at all to the original TV show, but it was okay.
Yeah.
Uh, now how far back was that movie you said you saw Joe Pantoliano in that you like?
Um, I want to say it was made in the 90s.
Let's go back and look at the 90s. What was The Matrix? 99 or 01? Memento 2000. Well, I didn't know that was that old. Ready to Rumble. And what was it about?
It was about it was a coming of age. It was about teenagers, but it was around this guy had a crush on one of the dancers on the sort of like an American Bandstand type setup.
Mm-hmm.
How do you say his last name? TO.
Well, Pantoliano coming of age movie dance. In the Crowd, 1988.
Been 80s, 90s.
It says, In the Crowd, 1988. This coming of age movie is sort of a male version of Dirty Dancing. Does that sound right?
Yeah, maybe. As long as it has him in it.
1988. Let's scroll back even further. 88. Man, he's another busy actor. He ain't been sitting around. The Magical World of Disney, In the Crowd. The In Crowd, 1988. Was that the one?
Yes, the In Crowd.
Yeah, that's it. In the mid 60s, a teenage 4.0 high school student is drawn out of his element on a dare by his peers to become a dancer on a popular TV music show.
It's all because he has a fantasy love thing with one of the people on the show, and he happened to be there when her real boyfriend got kicked off the show.
Let's look at some frames. I mean, photos. It's got a motorcycle in it. It's got to be
Yep.
good. There's a dude on a motorcycle. It must be good. Oh, look. It'll come up on your screen in a minute. This guy is making correct pistol fingers for training your hand to do this without the tool or toy or training device. It's perfect. I give him a 10 out of 10 for his G-word handling skills. And then it's just wet dude. I don't know, is he supposed to be wet or sweaty or what's going on? Why is this dude all wet? Oh, and there they are dancing. She's got big hair like the 1960s. Tough guys with their...
It's a fun teen movie. Is the only way I know to put it. Even though the people in it are no longer teens. But there he is as the DJ.
Yeah, they are that age forever. See the movie. They got it in the can.
It's a fun one to watch, especially if you
Empire
grew
of
up
the
in it.
Sun.
Have a good night, guys.
What she said.
Especially if you grew up. She said, "Have a good night, guys."
Very good. Thank you. We will try. You too. Stay warm. It's cold.
You get to you drive the company car.
Yay.
But if you grew up in the era of American Bandstand, it's a good movie.
Oh, he was on Hill Street Blues for 2 episodes. I'm surprised Elizabeth didn't sound off. There was some other show way back before there ever was a Hill Street Blues that she used to watch. But she used to watch the Hill Street Blues too. Be safe out there. If you guys go look up the Hill Street Blues series, the guy would give
My favorite character was the undercover detective.
the roll call briefing. It was
The one that was
it was part of the shtick of Hill Street Blues.
always gruff looking, and every now and then he'd bark at people.
Yep.
Oh,
This
Eddie and the Cruisers.
this old dude on the right hand side of the screen. Let me zoom in a little. He would always do the roll call, which they didn't say. Roll call in coppery work once upon a time was not roll call at school. He wouldn't ask their names and them say here. They would give the be on the lookouts and this is what's happening, pass down notes. And then he would tell everybody, be safe out there. So, of course, it stuck. All the law enforcement soon after Hill Street Blues were always caught saying, be safe out there. You're talking about this dude coming up in the picture with the cigar sticking out of his face?
Yes, he always had a cigar in his mug. There he is in a chicken suit.
Bruce White's.
I just like that character. I mean, it's I will do what it takes to get the job done and catch the bad guy.
Yep.
Like a bum, I'll be a bum. Not like a bum, I'm gonna be a bum.
Oh, I forgot. And this is kind of a character this James Sicking guy relived in different movies and shows, sorta.
Yeah.
I had forgot all about that. See, this is the good of refresh your memory. It's coming up on the screen. Remember the guy with the pipe?
Yeah. He's supposedly
He's
the
a SWAT guy.
commander.
Yeah.
SWAT. Always too serious. Always too serious. Too literal.
Yeah.
No sense of humor,
Put his
or not
name
a
back up.
noticeable one.
And let's hop from Hill Street Blues to him. Oh no, he passed away last year. 70 years old. Is that 70? 34 to 24. No, that's 90 years old.
Yeah.
We had a good run. Rip. Man, 2024 was a big year for saying goodbye to a lot of our whatevers. Well, he was in
Older
The
actors.
Closer, Wild About Harry, Maid of Honor, Submerged TV movie.
He's mostly a TV actor.
Submerged. A moment by moment account of the sinking and rescue of the crew of the submarine USS Squalus, which was the first rescue of living crew on a submarine. I remember it. I saw the movie.
I mean, he did a few movies, but he mostly did.
The Ring TV movie, not the Ring that is a remake of Ringu from Japan. Not a horror movie. Different movie. A lot of them are TV movies too, but it doesn't make them any less good. He who was in the Pelican Brief. Doogie Howser MD. I never have seen any of Doogie Howser MD.
I didn't like the character, even the concept of the character.
We also trained horses owned by some of the people in Hill Street Blues. They had a syndicate and some individual owners. Yeah, I remember. I was trying to think of the name of it.
There was another cop show, but this one was supposedly took place in New York. Trying to remember the name of it. It's one my mom used to love to watch because she liked one of the main actors.
I can't remember the name of the corporate holder and whatever it was. Some of the this has the creators and the stars and the writers, but the real production people and the money behind Hill Street Blues own a lot of racehorses, thoroughbred racehorses. Milch was one of them. I don't know if it was David Milch, who was one of the
There's
main
one,
writers.
NYPD Blue.
Yep.
That's the one my mom liked.
And I don't remember. Let's see if we can. NYPD Blue. IMDb. That ran a long time, 12 years.
Yep. Her favorite character was the one played by Dennis Franzer. Andy Sipperquit.
Yeah, Dennis, Franz, whatever his name is. He was in a lot of TV stuff. I don't remember if
Yeah,
he's the one that guest starred on Hill Street Blues, but this was really big stuff, and the kids these days would be shocked to their foundations.
he did the first nude scene on TV.
And they would
It
always
was
use him. Man, he's been in everything. He hasn't passed away, is he?
no.
Doesn't
He
look
just
like it.
retired. He just retired after in NYPD
NYPD
Blues.
Blue.
He just retired. He went, nah, I'm done. I'm gonna go spend time with my family.
City of Angels was a good movie to me. Fairly rated at 7, probably a 6, 7. The Simpsons.
I mean, tell you, it had a lot of TV stars. I mean, I think this is one of Ricky Schroeder's last big hurrahs, I think.
Beverly
Because,
Hills.
I mean, the
Yeah,
actor got sentenced.
he was on Hill
Nope.
Street Blues too. He hopped from Hill Street Blues to NYPD Blue.
Okay.
But what they used him for, because he was like one of the only ones of, how dare you? What Hill Street Blues got really famous for, in maybe its second season, is they said the B word. They let it fly and paid all the
Now,
FCC fines and everything else for it.
yeah.
But none of the other actors would do it. When they went and said, well, if we write it in for your character, Dennis, whatever your name is, would you say it? He's like, I don't care. You're paying me, right? And
Uh,
so then when they went over to doing NYPD Blue, they were like, should we push it harder and say SHIT on network broadcast television? Dennis Franz was like, sure, sign my contract. You're going to pay me that if the FCC shuts you down and you get no more seasons, I get paid anyway. Cool guy.
he was in Die Hard 2, The Package.
Yeah, I saw Die Hard 2 in the last month or so. It's free right now on TubeTube.
Uh-huh.
Die Hard. They put them all out free right at Christmas. Die Hard with a friend with a vengeance. Free with ads at YouTube. Die Hard. Free with ads at YouTube.
I don't think he played anything other than cop in his entire career. He's always a cop.
Mm.
It seemed like he might have played something else, but it seemed like that's all he ever played was police officer. And that's because you know what he did before he was an actor? He was Chicago police officer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
For some time we have been on Dennis FRANZ. Let me close some tabs. Close some tabs. Hill Street Blues cuss word scandal.
In fact, the one he was nude in is it's a shower scene with his wife, not his wife, but someone in the actress who was supposed to be his wife,
Yeah, so,
and they showed his bare butt. And I remember it was a
mm,
big hoodoo about it on the news and media at the
the name,
time.
yeah, the name of the NPR 2014 retrospective about Hill Street Blues is called "Let's Be Careful Out There." The legacy of Hill Street Blues. Let's be careful out there. That's what the guy would say every time in the.
Yeah, Hill Street Blues. That's about a police officer in California, isn't it?
Yeah.
San Francisco or L.A.
Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's. I don't remember. Maybe it wasn't either one.
Well, it seems like there's only generally you'll find there are four major cities they do cop movies about: New York, Chicago, San Francisco, or L.A. That's it.
It, it says the lives and work of the staff of an inner city police department. It looks more like New York than
Yeah,
L.A.
you know there were hills in New York.
Well, I guess I'll just have to ask Google Bar. What city was Hill Street Blues set in? Chicago. Oh, wait. A combination of Chicago, Buffalo, and Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Or a hybrid of Chicago, Buffalo, and Pittsburgh. Okie doke. Knowing's half the battle. Where was
Because
it filmed? In Los Angeles.
and then you had, was it Crime Story that started off in Chicago, then they went
Las
over to
Vegas.
Vegas.
I loved Crime Story. That's another Dennis, isn't it?
Well, it looks like him. But no, he's
Dennis
not in it.
Farina is the star of that. And I don't know how close it was to the self unaliving, but the theme music for Crime Story is
Oh, the theme music's phenomenal.
Del
Right out of the 50s.
Shannon's My Little Runaway.
Yeah.
And I don't remember when Del Shannon took the Kurt Cobain way out. Years before Kurt Cobain was even born, I think. Del Shannon wiki page. Did you
I
mean?
guarantee you, if I ever became famous, I would never fly in another airplane ever again. Number of stars and musicians we lost due to an airplane.
Yeah. Well, I guess Kurt Cobain was born, but it was danger close to when the TV series came out. When did this thing happen? 86 to 88. So a couple years after it was over. Uh, In January 1990, Shannon was pushing himself to finish a new album and schedule upcoming concerts, resulting in troublesome stress. On the advice of his doctor, on January 24, I think that's a date of significance to somebody I know, Shannon began taking Prozac and antidepressant. 15 days later, he died by Suey word, shouting himself with a .22 caliber rifle at his home in Santa Clarita, California. And so began some of, I have no opinion, I have nothing to say, don't destroy me, pharmaceutical company. But there was a very loud bell ringing in the to Prozac or not to Prozac movement in America. Paradoxical effects, they call them. These are supposed to be antidepressants or something like that. Some kind of something or other. There's another movie that stars Wednesday Addams. Very, very, very pretty girl. Became pretty woman. Became pretty adult woman.
She died recently too. You talking about the original Wednesday Addams from the TV show?
No, I'm talking about Wednesday Addams from the movies in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's
Christina Ricci.
yeah, she's in the new Netflix Wednesday, based on Wednesday Addams.
Yeah. She was in that movie with Snakes on a Plane guy, where he had her.
Wesley Snipes.
Not Wesley Snipes, the other one. The famous one from Pulp Fiction. Has to say
Oh, okay.
MFering something in every movie he's in.
Yeah, they also had the purple lightsaber.
Yes, him. Where he's some po broke country bumpkin dude, and she shows up in her undies drunk and got thrown out on the road or something. I don't remember. It is a seriously strange movie, but I liked it. Anyway, what I've got up on the screen is she was in Prozac Nation. That's another, I don't know what to call it. But please, owners, makers, money people, I'm not saying anything about your RX stuff. I'm just saying that this literature and movies and rumors and everything else floats out there. But Prozac Nation has a ton of giant superstar actors in it. And coincidentally, I was just thinking about her last couple of days. It has Anne Hetch, who also went out of here in a. I have to look the song up. It is a social distortion song that I can't remember the name of right now. But they talk about a lot of things, and then they say that some of the lyrics of the song. I'll look it up in a while. Is a friend that left us in a suey, that word, way. And that's, the Prozac Nation. The this we're just following the white rabbit. See the matrix. This leads to
Another.
this. This leads to that. Everything leads
Oh yeah,
together. Led to and Hetch. I don't even know what we call that. Mental distress episode or something. No one really knows. Like you mentioned earlier, no one knows what happened to the person you said got in an accident. Like they think it might have burst an aneurysm or something prior to.
yeah.
No one knows what in the world happened to Anne Het. Could that have been this or that or the other, such as the paradoxical effects of supposed to be helpful RXs, which would be the fault of the user, not the big pharma. Of course, it's always the end user's fault. We know this. I'm well versed in it, big pharma. Leave me alone. I
Is
love you,
that or
big pharma.
the doctor that doesn't, or because the end user doesn't tell go to the doctor shopping
And
and don't
speak
tell them what medication you're on.
right. And speaking of Psycho, she was in the remake in the 90s, I think. And having looked her up, we learn things.
Someone that's had
Uh,
a
uh,
extremely long career, Tatum O'Neal.
yep.
Her first movie was in 1973, Paper Moon, where she did with her dad. And funny thing, her dad played her dad.
Was Anne Hetch another one? The reason it was on my mind. Well, hang on a minute.
I think I this Obsession with Richard Burton and Tatum O'Neal.
Okay. Sorry. Back now. She has been very patient. The better than me, she wanted to show me something that was about a Marine Corps guy that got told he needed to go and become a scout sniper. And Hitch. Oh, that's not gonna work. I confuse her with many other actresses. Yes, she starred in Gus Van Sant's Psycho 1998. The other one that I always confuse her with is the 1998 Gojira. It is generously rated 5.5. This is one that is so bad it's good. To me, I would give it more like 4. But for a long time, I would always confuse or accuse this Maria Patillo or Patillo of being Anne Hetch, but only in Gojira. I finally dummied up enough. See? There it is. Blonde. That's how much I pay attention. There is correctly Maria Patillo, and scroll it back, scroll it back, scroll it back. Well, I'd have to go to IMDb because there's a big age difference. But there is Anne Hetch. Anne Hetch. Maria. So says me. And there are others that I will say, oh, that was Anne Hetch. And people would say, no, it wasn't. Stop saying names, especially when you got it wrong. But yeah, what else was I thinking about? Personal life. Um, uh, uh, uh. Wow. Hetch had 4 older siblings, 3 of whom predeceased her. The eldest, Susan Bergman, died of a brain tumor. Another sister, Cynthia, died of a heart defect at 2 months old. Hetch's only brother, Nathan, died in a car crash at the age of 18, 3 months after the death of her father. I don't know why. Oh, that's why. I thought I remembered something. That stuff doesn't mean much to me. What we just discussed. Ellen DeGeneres was in a very friendly relationship with Miss Anne Hetch. Ms. All the Z's. Apparently, it looks like Anne Hetch may have been off and on. In the memoir Call Me Anne, submitted shortly before her death, she wrote that she never identified as a lesbian and did not regard the terms gay or straight as relevant to her. Okay. Doesn't mean anything to me. I liked her in her starring roles in shows. I don't do well. There's a whole internet platforms, it appears, dedicated to the personal lives of movie stars and the famouses. But the main important is what the heck? Mental health issues. I haven't read any of Anne Hitch's many. It seems like many memoirs or books or whatever it is. Struggles with mental health issues and long-term effect of her childhood abuse. She wrote that she had blocked out much of her childhood. Gone to therapy during her time on another world, undergoing various types of therapy through the 1990s. Whatever a Reichian body therapy is. Release of body memories through this technique help her recover memories. Confront the emotional aftermath of childhood trauma. This process was later continued through guided LSD therapy, which she claimed had led to a full recovery of childhood memories. Can I say something totally out of school, please? Uh, I have no science, so I'm just gonna shut up. This LSD therapy and other kind of, that's this brainwashing therapy invented by the CIA. Go look up MK Ultra yourself. It's not just for truth serum. I have my doubts about post hypnotic suggestion, etc. Donnie Brasco was another good movie. Al Pacino, Johnny Depp, and however you say her name. At the top, it has it pronunciation keys for both ways, Hetch or H. And she did
And my
very
mic
good in
off.
it.
I was trying to say that until I realized I had my mic turned off. Cary Grant used to take LSD on a regular basis
Oh, I didn't know that.
under a uh, doctor's supervision.
Well, apparently they call it LSD therapy now. Remember, all that garbage is legal and perfectly fine. Man, they got all the stuff that I spent too many years watching people have bad trips, number one. Number two, watching other people give that to girls so they could
Uh-huh.
have semi-consensual relations, if you know what I'm saying, with what to me was a corpse. Dude, that's just wrong. Drugging girls to sleep so that you can touch them inappropriately.
Yeah, back in the late 70s, I think it was the late 70s, early 80s, late 70s, mid to late 70s. There used to be this thing called Candy Dot that you could get at the candy store. Uh, and they were lacing those with LSD.
Mm.
And then they had stickers that you could put on or like tattoos that were laced with LSD, so kids could put it on their skin. LSD and PCP, because it can be both of those can be absorbed through the skin. And for those who don't know, so can cocaine.
Yeah,
One of my brothers, by another mother, had I think it was a 2 or 3 year profile when he was in the Navy, where he was not allowed to be tested for narcotics because he was in the middle off the coast of Cuba, and they were having to offload cocaine from this ship that they confiscated, and it had no ventilation, and it was in the middle of the summer, and so you're down to your basically your skivvies almost and your t-shirt if you're wearing a shirt at all, because the hull of those metal ships get super hot. Offloading cocaine, pure cocaine.
Yeah.
So he can tell you, yeah, you get high just breathing and having that stuff go through your sweat pores. Again, and they had to do it in shifts.
Is anoxic brain injury the end result of hypoxia?
I don't think if he has brain damage from it, you can't tell. I mean, the boy has 2 master's degree, 3 bachelor's degrees, and he got them all while in the combat zone. He's working for a very large international health company.
No, I was talking about Ann Hitch.
Oh,
It said she was not expected to survive an anoxic brain injury. And see, they always have to use their jargons. It was what I thought it was.
no,
Oxygen deprivation to the organ.
yeah, that's what my last cousin out of 6. He was severely retardation, or he has retardation, and it was due to uh, oxygen deprivation when he was born. He's also legally blind and legally deaf. But he's also lived longer than your most people with that disability. He's in his 40s now, I think.
Well, according to their LA County medical examiner, and the result of Ann Hitch's autopsy, no active drugs found in the system.
In other words, she hadn't taken any for at least 72 hours.
I don't know. It. I could get all goofy conspiratorial about that too.
Yeah, the reason
When the rich and the famous in Los Angeles have a little something that might be embarrassing, the LA government might accommodate, making it look different.
we had I was doing my hospital rotation as an EMT, and they were having this was back during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and they were having in Cumberland County. They were having I don't know what you call it. It's where a bunch of fire departments from different parts of the state to get together and have like a conference, but they also practice putting out fires and stuff like that. Well, one of their EMS slash or one of their rescue squad riders they brought him in a gurney and freaking him. He was just freaking out, and they was like, I says, well, has anybody tested him for PCP? Oh, we've taken. We tested his blood, and there's no cardiacs in his blood. And I says, well, that's because you can't test PCP blood. You have to go bone marrow.
Yep.
And they're like, how do you know? I says, well, before I trained to be an EMT, I was training to be a police officer. Went to college to become a police officer. And you have to learn things. You don't have to. You're supposed to learn things like that. But I knew they weren't going to test him because they didn't. It was easier for them to say he wasn't on drugs for insurance reasons. Then my statement was, well, then why is he freaking the F out?
Yeah. There's many And of course, none of this is the fault of any companies. This is all the fault of individuals. Just to try to not get sued into oblivion. Just yapping, running a mouth. I'd heard a thing. What are, what is paradoxical effect? A paradoxical effect refers to a situation where a substance, like a medication, produces an outcome that is the opposite of what is expected or intended, meaning it causes the contrary effect to what it is designed to do. For example, a pain reliever causing increased pain instead of relief. It happens. It's a known issue. It's a
Yeah.
feature, not a bug.
Well, I mean, and
All of the
sometimes,
labels say if any of this or that and the other and the other and the other happens, consult with your physician or several and your pharmacist. Report
that's
it
what I'm
immediately.
saying. That when they're using chemicals to control kids' behaviors, that's the reason they give kids speed to calm them down and depressants to get them more excited because their body chemistry is upside down.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna. Oh, well, yeah, really? We're playing dangerous games right here in this space opera. We're trying to do is work out some scripts for hopefully at least a
Rid-
trilogy
yeah,
of
Ritalin.
our space opera series.
Yeah, Ritalin in adults is a depressant. In children, no, it is a speed. In children, it's more of a depressant.
No, it's still just speed.
Well, okay,
Uh,
it acts like a.
accelerant opposite of a depressant.
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't act as a speed in kids. It actually has because they give it to kids with ADHD and where
Yeah,
that
they
jump around a
so
lot.
so is Adderall. It's synthesized. It
Speed.
it is a stimulant, CNS stimulant, central nervous system stimulant.
Just and I think they need to take all that stuff and flush it.
Yeah, I think all the doctors, all the parents, and everybody, if they haven't been to the neuroplasticity centers to get a real and true, not a school teacher's BS idea,
Well,
diagnosis, and a guarantee that we're going to test these mothers for the presence of any of the popular stimulants given to children for ADD and ADHD, and we're going to test mommy to make sure she ain't eating it.
yeah. Well, here's my thought on the situation. After studies and studies and studies, if an adult is not expected to sit longer than an hour and to retain anything, maybe an hour and a half max. What makes you think a 6, 7, 8, 9-year old child is going to be able to sit that long and retain anything when their attention span's a lot shorter than most adults? So, what's the answer to that? Every 45 minutes to an hour, have them stand up next to their chair and play silly games. It's not going to hurt your what they learn. In fact, it
And
might make them enjoy school more.
nice.
Sorry, you
No,
went into
don't
you
apologize.
went into
Do
you went
not
into the
apologize.
you went into education, which is one of those areas, those fields that I care a lot about because, but then again, I also know that education is not necessarily a college degree because you also have a lot of smart, self-educated people that are more
Never ending
knowledgeable than you know over half
conversation
the
or
college professors out there.
discussion in America about stimulant and childhood behavior. I think this will qualify. Uh, Listen, Big Pharma. You heard me say
Well,
earlier, or if you didn't
I
hear me
don't know.
say, I'm saying to you, Big Pharma, I'm a hoe.
I don't.
I will
I don't
product
think
place anything for a good or the right amount of money.
on this one. I don't think it's big pharma. I think it's school teachers that want little boys to be quiet little people like little girls are when they're not,
The little
and the
girls
little
aren't
people
either.
be and little
GH.
people to be totally sit there pretty like little porcelain dolls to listen to them spiel their horse hockey, and then they tell the parents and say, "Yeah, I think you need to get your child examined." And the doctors, some of the doctors they go to, are all about making money, and they make money every time they write a new script.
Yeah, and this is a uniquely American thing that it is the problem of children being totally and utterly out of control in their classrooms, violencing, threatening, ignoring, swearing, cussing, all kinds of madness.
It's a lack of
Is
parents
it
doing parenting.
real or are the teachers making up? No, it's real. Some
Yeah,
teachers
but
may exaggerate it a smidge, but they're just teachers. They're just humans. They're no
yes,
one, even though they should tell them in college, you know what? In order for you to be a school teacher, we're going to make you teach classes for 2 years at a penitentiary or a youth authority in California, what we call a
I'd have done it.
gladiator academy.
I'd have done it. But
And then when you get out of there and you go and you deal with unparented, morbidly obese before they're 10 years old and already on biological RXs to keep them alive, like blood pressure medicines and blood thinners, uh, probably they don't need a stimulant if they're having blood pressure problems, number one. And number two, that probably has something to do with the home life of this child.
yeah, when I started teaching, I taught at an alternative high school. So my kids were coming in and out of jails, prisons, and everything else. In fact, my first year, I had to send one of my students back to Central State Prison because he would not behave himself, and I had to remove him to keep fights from occurring because he was kicked out. I kicked him out of my class, and then he kept misbehaving. He failed his probation, his parole conditions, so they sent him back to Central Prison. I had gangbangers, druggies, some that just got caught up. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I learned sadly, Elizabeth wrote in the chat, I learned sadly that many kids learn, I hate this place. If I misbehave, I get to go home. So they get worse. From lockdowns, I worked in doing research. These same kids learn not only to behave, there's
That's
more
one
coming.
reason. Okay.
Yeah, but
That's one
yeah,
reason.
go ahead.
That's one. Okay. I was going to say that was one reason I like teaching in the alternative school because it was these kids' second, maybe third chance. And since they had to follow extreme rules, as in they had to wear uniforms, everybody would wear the same thing. They got, I hate to say it, they walked to a metal detector and they had tertiary searches of their stuff as they came in. But because they were a more structured than the standard school, even high school, we had better results. And I'm very proud of my kids that have made good. And I had a few. And I have some that went back to prison or went into prison for the first time because
Oh,
you can't save everybody.
nope.
And I agree with you. They need to put PE back in the school. Physical education and just, as you said, free playtime,
Oh yeah,
kickball,
it's a
dodgeball.
huge. But okay, so these same kids learn not only to behave, but to love learning and how they were in control of getting out of what were juvenile prisons, mental hospitals for kids. The dragon eye of best teachers and principals was often the best treatment initial program. We also use fast free physical running periods. Yep. The problem we have, and I had put it on the screen a long time ago. Well, we've all been talking. If if we get some kind of marker or sanction later, we'll take care of it. I don't think we're breaking any rules. It's chicken and egg stuff. It's easy to
Yeah,
say, we'll make them run around the circle. But I just said a minute ago, the problem is 75 to 80%. Let's get modern. What percent of American school children are clinically obese? According to this statistic in 2022 and 2023 from the State of Childhood Obesity org, 17%. Remember,
how is it?
statistics are made to look a certain way for certain people.
I thought it'd be higher.
Oh, it's well above three quarters. In
But then again,
2024, a different one says 19.3. But you got to be careful. Clinically obese means overweight at all.
yeah, well,
Grossly obese means overweight over a certain BMI percentages, body mass index.
I just remember this one kid I wrestled junior high. He was like eighth grade or a freshman, and he weighed over 300. Oh my God, when he landed on the top of my shoulders, it busted my headgear.
And we have had a decline. I looked at all the stats and everything else. Maybe it was definitely pre COVID,
Yeah,
where during the 2010s, somewhere in 2010s, America had started to thin down a little bit. What happened in '08 to 17? Oh, the vice president. Yeah, the co president. The first lady made child health a big deal, sorta, in the school lunch programs and all that garbage.
yeah. The problem with her program is she didn't make healthy meals. She didn't encourage healthy meals that the kids would eat. Her meals were so disgusting. Even kids that were practically starving wouldn't eat it.
Well,
I
whatever.
just I remember when
I'm
I
being
started
way
teaching.
over charitable. I don't think the first lady doing
Yeah, I know.
anything changes it. But
Well, they
okay.
bowed. The school systems that kowtowed to her demands or wishes. It just I remember when I was teaching from 2003 to 2009, maybe a little longer. We called it lunch. It was actually closer to dinner time because I said that was the only hot meal some of these kids were going to get all day.
Yeah. I grew up in the poor city, no matter how much they try to dress it up. And California schools, especially the historically black learning institutions, let's call it that, had to have school lunch programs. These kids did
Yeah,
not eat at all at home.
yeah. And the number of teachers, and I'm including myself this, that would give up their own meal in the cafeteria just so another kid could eat.
Yep. Well, anyway, back to the original thesis. And
Okay, what
thanks
was
for
that?
lowering the stats, Obamas. You done good. And apparently they just kept on going down during President Trump's first term. So yay, Donald Trump. Oh
I
my
got that.
gosh. But if 17 to
This
25% of these children are what clinically obese means is diagnosably, and what diagnosably obese means is it comes with all the side effects. The bad joints, the lack of muscular tone and condition, the pre-diabetics and the diabetic conditions, the intolerance of heat. Obesity has a lot of problems associated with it. So we can't just
yeah.
say, well, go get the guy used to be in the Marines to whip those kids with a stick and make them run around the quarter-mile track 88 times. Well,
You say that.
you
You
just
made a funny.
KIA'd 25% of your students. So yeah, I mean it would solve a problem, but that's not very nice.
You say that, but my first and second grade PE teacher was a retired Marine Corps drill instructor. I lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina at the time, and that was his favorite thing to have everybody run around the playground. I mean,
Yep.
form a line, keep running,
I had
and
one where we
you get
used to go, and that's another thing. It all looks like it's so perfect. Those Pasadena Unified School District schools. They're all, other than the pink prison, because that was at the outer edge or in Altadena. The schools are all made to look as if they're perfect. They're all painted and cleaned, and the grass is mowed, and there's little flower pots and shiny, sparkly stuff here and there and everywhere. Doesn't matter that the kids are inside killing each other. That's fine.
all your schools look like prisons.
But the outside looks wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at a school that's been built in the past 20 years, it is designed by the same person that designs prisons,
Yeah,
and that's the reason they look like prisons.
the complaints around Harnett County is that they all look like warehouses. And like, what are you doing? Trying to teach the kids to grow up and work in warehouses? Get them used to the environment?
One of the newer high schools we have in Cumberland County is called Jack Brett. And when you look at how it's laid out and everything, it's laid out like a prison. In fact, I had to go over there for a teachers seminar. Every year you have these little classes you have to go to, continuing ed classes they put on. But one day I think it's like the last day of your teachers' work days before you see your kids, they get, like all the art teachers go to one place, all the history teachers go to another place, all the math teachers go that way, and they try and teach you about new things that have come out. And I had to go to Jack Britt, and as I'm looking at it, I'm like, this thing is designed like a prison. Uh,
I don't know if it was ever official. And my brother mentioned this poor child, fictionally, this fictional child in a space opera. Elizabeth, we'll call it code name S period A period M period. Please don't say anything other than that. Because, we don't want somebody to rip off our copyrighted in process scripts for our space opera. This poor child in our fiction drama. This is the tearjerker part, the hard part, one of them. 8 years old, had been its entire life used as something that guys could put their wee wee in exchange for providing this poor child's mother with injectable narcotic drugs. Do you understand what I'm saying, George?
Yes.
Okay. So finally, in this very modern, woke as hell space opera that I'm tossing around here, let's see if we can find a buyer. The gay uncle rescued this poor child from being the sex toy in
Yeah.
exchange for the mother getting high.
Uh-huh.
And now two very flamboyant, out loud and proud, snap your fingers and shake your neck in a way that cisgendered, female attracted, heterosexual males cannot do. This partner couple of very gay men were trying to raise this very abused, uneducated girl child. But they treated it like a dolly, not like a human person.
Yeah.
And because of all this stuff and life being crazy and some illness associated with a certain lifestyle, including drugs and, in the 80s, homosexuality, called HIV and its associated acquired immune deficiency syndrome, there were suddenly hospitalizations for one of the two very nice, very well meaning partners in a relationship who really did rescue. Their inability to parent is not a bad thing when you compare it to, oh wait, oh yeah, okay, where did she come from? So by the time she got lent or dumped off on, or I'm not sure what the arrangement was, Elizabeth, in our fictional space opera script that we're working on, because she has such advanced knowledge of these things, agreed
You
to
just
keep this child for a while.
yeah.
And it was
But you
very
just
complicated. This child didn't know how to use the bathroom, didn't know how to take a bath.
but you just brought up a very good point without me. I don't know if you meant to or not. When it comes to children adoption, they need to quit being worried about sexuality of the parents. I mean, in other words, if they're gay or not, that's immaterial. What race or ethnicity are they? You know, can a white couple raise a black child, or can a black parents raise a white child? Long as there's love and care and attention in the family, that's the only thing that really matters. This, oh, you can't raise a black child, you're not black, or you can't raise a white child because you ain't white. Why? I'm raising a human to be respectful of other humans.
And I apologize if I activated anything, Elizabeth. It's a true story, and we all tried very hard, but it leads to when this fictional character got to fictional schooling, the teachers didn't know how to diagnose it or deal with it. The teacher
That's
said,
because we're not.
this
I
kind of
almost thinking of
violence and psychotic and everything else, it must be ADD. Well, let's give this thing, you need to take this thing to a doctor and get it some pills. And we're like, you want to speed it up?
well, that goes back
O,
to a
H, and no.
previous podcast you and I did when I said, teachers are taught to teach their subject and they're taught a little bit of little extra stuff, but they are not the end all to be all. They are not shrinks. They are not the child's parents. You can only do so much. And when you're hit out of especially a brand new teacher like I was, you hit out of the clear blue with stuff like this, you're like, It's like someone hit you between your running lights with a ball peen hammer. You're stunned, trying to figure out what to do because you've never been trained to deal with this stuff.
Right. And it's the problem with, we have this problem a lot with more and more. This is all still the same. The slash, it'll be up on your screen, or it's been up for quite a while. Since 5 hours, 12 minutes into this, I've just had basically the same thing up there, trying not to add too much to it. This is a huge and complex societal problem. One of very many that are all interconnected and uh,
Yes, ma'am. That's the reason I think we should have more equine cat and dog therapy around this country of ours because there are too many people abusing children. And
yeah,
whatever,
and in our fictional story, see Elizabeth, that's why I asked for Elizabeth's help. Tell us the happily ever after, because all your fictional stories and space operas have to be happily ever after. Even if it takes, you got to have that low part in the center. You know, the Empire does strike back. But in the end, it's the return of the Jedi.
I might be fond of horses, but I definitely believe in equine therapy.
And all other
Hell,
kinds of
I've
animal therapies or
yeah,
whatever.
I'm just
It's,
saying I've seen it. I've been around people that are, I guess you call them equine therapists,
yeah, that kind of thing.
and it works. It worked. That's the only way I know to put it. It worked. I mean, it's like these kids who have different maybe chemical imbalances in their body, and they
Mm-hmm.
have cats or dogs, and the cat or dog knows when to the child is getting ready to go to an episode, so it does what it needs to do to get the child calmed down, or let them know they need to eat something, or have to have some insulin. They're getting ready to go to what's that word? Convulsions, and then so they they put the person on the ground and lay down with them to make sure they stay okay.
Mm. Yep. And back on the other thing you said, teachers are not taught to deal with this stuff. And
Yep.
I said that's another one that's correlated or whatever, correlated or coincidental. Well-intended people. Dr.
Uh-huh.
Pat, and I invented our type of high-risk youth equine therapy programs based on volunteer work I did with cerebral palsy and Down syndrome kids. Yep. But I rag on the cops. Most of who goes to try to be a cop is a rather naive person that thinks they're going to serve and protect.
Yep, that was me.
And there are enough numbers that are go there because they were bullied in school and they're going to get even. Wait till I get a G word and a badge and I'm going to go around and blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to be utterly charitable and say because they lived a certain lifestyle, they feel like they could help out, catch a bad guys or do whatever it is. Teachers the same way. People who
Yeah.
had hard times in school don't get out of school and go, well, I'm going to go to 4 to 8 years of college and then go back to that school that I hated and make it better from within. That's not what they.
Well, to be honest, I became a school teacher by accident.
People who enjoy a certain amount of naivete and inability to empathize, that's not a slap. That's a true story. That if you knew what the real deal was in these places, you would never think about being a cop or a teacher or
Well,
whatever.
and I agree with you, and I'm one of the, I guess you say, naivety, because when I wanted to be a police officer, that's what I wanted it to be, was to protect and serve. That's the reason I went and took EMT training, is to help people in need. Teaching, on the other hand, I was surprised I even became a teacher, to be honest with you. Everybody else, friends and family, weren't surprised I became a teacher because they said I do that naturally. I teach. I love teaching, and I did. I really did love teaching. Um, but at the same time, I knew a lot of this was going on, but until you're shoved in the mud, so to speak, that's hyperbole. You don't know it until it's right in your face, exploding. You don't know about it. I
Yep.
knew about girls being I should say, um, not mentally, but educationally. I knew that girls were sexually abused as children, and it always repulsed. But until I actually had someone just fall apart, blurting it out loud in class, I never had to deal with it. Luckily, I had someone in my school that I could get some help from, for myself and for the student. The help for
Yeah.
me was getting help for the student. And
Yep.
she went from F and D student to an A plus honor roll student after we started getting her help.
Yep. But those are a
What's
lot of the
funny,
complexities.
yeah, it's funny when you have a student. I was with my wife and my father-in-law having a meal at Burger King, and I actually had a student come up and thank me for being such a tough and stern and by the book teacher. I wasn't mean, but these are our rules and we have to enforce them. He's like I said, there are no gangs in my classroom. I don't care what you are on the outside, but there are no gangs in my classroom. And one of the students says, where's your classroom? I went, wherever I'm standing.
Yep. It is 10:30 p.m. on the Eastern o'clock.
Yep.
I am 4
Do you
to
need
4.5 hours past my usual.
Okay.
That's when I like to eat lunchtime,
Okay.
which
You need
doesn't
to
make
go
a
eat.
lot of sense because I got on here very late. It is what it is. So we're gonna say at 05:42 00 approximately 10:30 p.m. Oh, can't use the colon. 10:30 p.m. Eastern.
And Elizabeth, you have a good night.
We must wind this down. We being me, because like the great movie, can't think of the name of it, Talking Plant That Eats Peoples, comedy musical.
Oh, little shop of horrors.
Little Shop. Yep, my mind and your mind turned it on at the same time. Little Shop of Horrors says,
Feed
I'm
me,
hungry.
Seymour.
I'm hungry. Feed me. I really like that
Feed me,
movie. I don't
Seymour.
even know who does the voice. Tomorrow. That's where I started. Tomorrow. 3x. lowering volume, echo, / repeat,
The
heart to
sun will come
rye.
out tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
It's always a day away. Tomorrow I
Yep.
intend to start earlier.
Earlier.
Elizabeth said, good night, both of you. Yeah, probably around 1 p.m. Eastern, maybe 2. But I'm going to shoot for 1 p.m. Eastern. So that even if I do run long and pull another 5 hours or 7 hours, I'm done in time to eat without my gut hurting me.
Yes. You don't need an ulcer.
And we have a few couple things on the checklist that I had put question marks in anyway. That we did hit it today, sort of. But if I could be distracted, it's down there in the description. Everybody go look. If I could be distracted and led away from that stuff, I was very happy to, even though we went kind of deep. Occasionally we would emergency blow, which is another ha. Imagine teenage boys giggling about that phraseology.
Yep.
Tomorrow. Get the rest of the checklist done.
Hopefully.
Um, do some news updates / reactions / comments, movies and music. Of course, with T's on the start and the end for my Aunt Evala. She would say, of course. Elizabeth, George, anything else you got?
Not this time because I know you need to go eat.
No, I don't care. One more minute's not gonna wreck anything. Or send me an email. And yes, Elizabeth, I saw the 3 or 4 emails, but I only saw that they were in the inbox. I didn't read any of them. While I'm eating, I'll probably open that up and read it. I forgot to mention that much earlier when you got in. And tell my silly brother. Today was brother's theme. He said he wouldn't be engaged today. He had other things to do. He said he might try to play streams and keep it lighthearted and tell jokes. And don't tell any of your butt and fart jokes. I don't like them. Put those on your own stream. Or whatever. We'll deal with it. Other people like them.
Yep.
I'd rather that than some other silliness that
Can you
I.
hang on for a minute after you close this?
Sure.
Okay.
Anyway, maybe we'll get the brother, Uncle Big Bro. And then we have to, of course, remind everybody where we started. And please, please check it out. Um, Other stuff. Yeah, just indent it. Wind down and end on the brothers note that made up a good chunk of this one. Van Halen. Alex's book and 3 VHs, VHS, 3 VHs, musical composition entitled Unfinished. No review, no critique. If money allows me, I will invest well in Mr. Alex Van Halen's book. Thank you again, Alex Van Halen. If someone can get word to him, thank you, thank you, thank you for giving us 6 minutes of your and your little bros and your little nephew who's giant, who's big. That dude's a big dude, like Alex and like my Uncle Hans. Wolfgang, thank you, sir, and your little nephew for giving us that fantastic 6 minutes and some seconds of unfinished and allowing me to be able to play it on stream and react on it, putting it free to the world. It's a very important thing, especially when you think about, hey, everybody, think about this a second. That's Eddie Van Halen's last and final work that he unalived while it was being put together. Alex Van Halen and nephew Eddie's son Wolfgang could have made a fortune of money off that 6 minutes. They gave it to us free. I thank you so much, Alex and Wolfgang. All right. So we got lots of stuff to get started with. I will try to get busy, have a thumbnail and everything else ready by 1 p.m. Eastern. -3. What is that? 10 a.m. on the lefty coast. 10,
10
11,
or
12,
11.
1. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. Sorry, Elizabeth and brother, if that's too early in the morning. We'll be on for a long time, I'm sure. Hop in when you can, if you can. I'll try to find and forward again the email of how do you get on the Discord? Because you got to send me a friendly link or something like that, and then when we become friendlies, I can invited you to the channel. Elizabeth already has it done. Maybe she can walk brother through it.
Well, you can also send them a friend request. You actually send them a link to your Discord.
Yeah, but
You
last
email.
time I tried it, it would only let me send the link to people who were already in my friendly list.
Huh. Because I do
So
it
I,
for
I
my
sent
Discord.
them my contact to my, here's
Yeah,
my
I did
thing.
it.
Send me a friend invite, then I'll respond to it and send you an invite to the server.
I just created an invite link, send that out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Hopefully, if brother is going to try that for real, we can do that before I go online live. Get your ass up, drink some Pepsi, and eat some saltine crackers. Or some Cheez-Its. Not a sponsor, not a whatever. Back in the
And some
Native
nice hot
American
salsa.
Back in the Native American travel days, when we'd all sit there in our deerskin outfits and eat acorns, and of course drink the firewater. Back in the old millennium, when I was just a little Injun boy, so I might do that stuff too. I had found, number one, I'm Injun. Enough Injun by my DNA that I never had that next day headaches and all the other. But that highly dehydrated and depleted feeling, low on your salts and your sugars, from having been guzzling the bad stuff all night long and dancing powwow style around the campfire, communing with the spirits big. And I hate the sweetness of Pepsi Cola. It's too sweet for me. And back then it was made with real sugar. They didn't have so much high fructose corny stuff. But anyway, what always worked for me, anecdotally, just because it worked for me doesn't mean it's going to work for anybody else. But I had invented a ancient Chinese saying that I think I stole from my grandfather or some other bitter old former military guy. Real men work with hangovers. Get your ass up and go to work. What worked for me real good with that, I forget what I used to call it. Some kind of feeling, squishy or something. Bad feeling. Leftovers from the night before. Cheez-Its and Pepsi. Just for me. And that was 40 years ago. I mean, 30 years ago when I was legal. But it was always legal for them little engine freaks before they went on their vision quest with LSD therapy.
Or peyote.
Yeah. Man, California has changed. Oh boy. So anyway, Uncle Big Bro, that's my code name for my brother. I have since I was a small child called him Uncle Big Bro. Get up, Pepsi, Cheez-Its, whatever else works for you. And get the Discord set up before we go live at 10 a.m. your time. Or we'll push it back an hour so we can spend from 10 to 11 your time, 1 to 2 my time, getting technology operating. And then jump on when we jump on. There's no schedule published, but that's how that goes.
Anyhow, you might want to start your countdown.
Getting close. Let me put it in caps on the thing. Thank you again, and at least 1 million many Alex. I think I can call him that. He may have fictionally been a teacher. Just drum stuff. I watched one of those master classes once. It involved Alex Van Halen. And not that he's looked down upon, especially in the drummer world. Eddie who? It's all about Alex. But in the real world, it's a shame that probably the world's best drummer percussionist we've had in the rock and roll era in the last 60 years. Everybody likes to jump on John Bonham, Led Zeppelin. Yeah, I hear you. I like me some John Bonham too. But Alex Van Halen is all that in a handbasket and had to sit behind his brother. Cool. That's done in all caps. We've made great
It'd be
honors.
interesting. It would be interesting to ask him who his drummer idol was.
Who, Alex
Mm-hmm.
or Eddie? We'll talk about it
Either
tomorrow.
one.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. Big band jazz stuff. Their father was a professional jazz musician.
Hmm.
That's your feed for tomorrow. Anybody who hears this, you got to tune in tomorrow. We're going to talk more about it, and don't be looking it up on the internet. Pretend that we're the only source. Tell your friends. Be
Same
there.
channel.
Yeah. Be there tomorrow. You get to hear us talk about the Van Halens as if we know anything. Very good. And again, good night, Elizabeth. Good night, George. I will hang out on the Discord for a moment or two after. Let me get the clickers up. Clickers up. Hovering the mouse over stop streaming blue button with white letters. We are going to stop streaming in 5, 4, 3,